Good morning, everyone, to the 19th Vienna Economic Forum, Vienna Future Dialogue Talks of 2022. It's hosted by the Vienna Economic Forum and by Verbund, and we are, of course, in the premises of Raiffeisen Bank International. Very grateful to all these organizations for organizing today's event. My name is Victor Jackovich. I'm a former United States ambassador and a member of the board of the Vienna Economic Forum. We thought it would be appropriate to organize this on the basic subject of the economy, how it impacts on political trends, political issues, but especially at this time. In your program, you notice it says difficult and uncertain times. And I'm sure that all of our speakers and all of our panels will be talking about that in great detail. I would like to tell you, first of all, that we have President Peter UMUNDUM, the president of the Vienna Economic Forum here, and also our Secretary General, Elena, is with us, Elena. And we have also our former president, somewhere in the audience, Günther Rabensteiner. Where are you, Günther? Günther Rabensteiner, our former president. And we have also former Minister of Defense, Werner Faslabend, is here with us somewhere in the audience. Yes. And a special guest today, as I'm sure you have noted, is a very prominent person, the Prime Minister of the state of Kosovo, Prime Minister Albin KURTI. Before we begin, I would like to ask that we have 1 minute of silence for the victims of the terrorist explosion yesterday in Istanbul, please. Thank you. Well, we begin today, and we will continue for the next, for probably the next few hours, talking about some of the challenges in the current atmosphere, the current environment in Europe and near Europe. I would like to first introduce, as I said, the president of the Vienna Economic Forum, Peter UMUNDUM. He's a member of the management board of Austrian Post, in charge of logistics, transportation, distribution, and responsible for Austria Post subsidiaries in no fewer than 10 countries. He was the managing director of Die Presse, and also on the managing board, or the board of directors of the Austria Press Agency. Today, he is with Austria Post, but also our president of the Vienna Economic Forum, Peter UMUNDUM.
Yeah, good morning, Excellencies, distinguished Prime Minister, Mr. KURTI, distinguished member of the Management Board, Magister LENNKH, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here with you today and to welcome you to the 19th Vienna Economic Forum, the Vienna Future Dialogue 2022, which takes place here today under the motto, Economy Meets Politics in Difficult and Uncertain Times. I greet all participants joining us online and extend my gratitude to our host, the Raiffeisen Bank International, for their support and hospitality. Peter, Mr. LENNKH, thank you very much. Big hand for you. The main topic of today's Vienna Economic Forum highlights the crucial issues facing the regional, European and world economy. The main goal is bringing together the public sector and policy makers with economic leaders. We should work together, support one another in order to overcome the many challenges we face today. Already the 18th Vienna Economic Forum focused on the energy transition. These days, the word energy, in the many ways it affects our everyday lives, is omnipresent. We are currently going through very difficult times, and a global pandemic, a climate change, rising inflation, war in the Ukraine. It is unbelievable what has happened and is currently happening in the Vienna Economic Forum member country, Ukraine, in the year 2022. Concerns are growing day by day and extend to the economic situation worldwide and especially to the countries of the Vienna Economic Forum. Thankfully, some of the Vienna Economic Forum countries have proven to be quite resilient during the last years. This resilience can be traced back to strong companies, first of all, EU policy actions, as well as national activities. However, in the second part of 2022, rising energy prices and inflation has affected us all, once again showing that today's world is a connected world. Issues like climate change, rising inflation, war in the Ukraine cannot be solved here by the Vienna Economic Forum today, for sure. But it is clear that these European-wide or worldwide problems can only be solved, can only be overcome with collaboration and supporting one another. And for our focus region, Central Eastern Europe, Southern Eastern Europe, Turkey, the Vienna Economic Forum is a platform for communication and collaboration. Let's use the forum today. We have excellent speakers with us, and I'm truly looking forward to hear from each of them today. I'm hopeful that we can use this opportunity here to exchange ideas and discover new ways of cooperation, assistance, and economic growth. And I want to motivate you to use the possibilities for networking. Once again, I wish you a warm welcome to the 19th Vienna Economic Forum, and officially I open it. Have a nice and interesting day. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Mr. President. I always like to say that, Mr. President, it sounds very good. Peter LENNKH has been with Raiffeisen Bank International since 1988, and I join our president in thanking him for making the premises of Raiffeisen Bank available for today's event. He has built up subsidiaries to Raiffeisen Bank in the Czech Republic, Russia, Ukraine, many other countries, and eventually became responsible for all of Central Europe and East European subsidiaries of Raiffeisen Bank International. He's responsible for corporate business at RBI, Raiffeisen Bank International. They have 17 markets. They tell me something like 15 million customers. I don't believe it. I think we are all customers of Raiffeisen Bank International in one way or another. Mr. Peter LENNKH, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, time flies when you're having fun, and it's true, it's 34 years that I'm working for this organization now, and still it's exciting, it's with a lot of pleasure, and every time has its opportunities and challenges. And it's with a great pleasure that on behalf of RBI, I may welcome you here today for the 19th Vienna Economic Forum, the Vienna Future Dialogue. And the overarching topic of today's event refers to difficult and uncertain times, and that for sure holds true. The COVID pandemic has very severely impacted our society and our economic activity. And while the global economy is still recovering from the COVID crisis, the current geopolitical situation has again triggered major uncertainties and concerns. Many people are worried these days. They are worried about the fact that COVID is still around us. They are worried about the war in Ukraine. They are worried about the impact of inflation on societies at large and on their personal well-being in particular. And in the light of this current crisis and the prevailing uncertainty, European politics must take ambitious measures to support the economic activity of our continent and to ultimately safeguard our Western model of democracy and way of living. So to what extent can business actors provide stability and be a driving force in these uncertain times? We at RBI are committed to make a clear statement of optimism and confidence, not by ignoring reality, but by reassuring ourselves of our strength. Our corporate history shows that businesses can make a meaningful impact on society. We are a universal bank, and as such, we have been contributing to European integration for decades. Yes, for over 30 years, and I'm proud that I could be and still am part of this contribution. Actually, RBI was already active in Central and Eastern Europe before the political transition started. We have started our activities in Hungary in 1986, so even before the fall of the Iron Curtain. And in 1989, when the Iron Curtain fell, we took the decision that we view Central and Eastern Europe as our home market and that we want to develop our business activities throughout all the region, and you see the map of where we are present. Actually, in many countries, in these years thereafter, we were invited to come to the country to bring Western standards of modern technology, rule of law, compliance, but first and foremost, customer value creation to the banking sector of Central and Eastern Europe. And in these years of rapid change, the early presence of a Western bank as a partner of local politics was definitely an accelerator for the economic transition of these countries. Today, we're present in 12 markets, and our 44,000 employees service over 16 million customers, retail and corporate alike. We have a strong heritage as a banking pioneer in the region, and we are determined to live up to our reputation. Also going forward, RBI is willing to be a driving force in the region and provide support in challenging times. It is important for us to be at the forefront of financial service innovation and to bring our innovations to all the markets in Central and Eastern Europe. Just some flashlights, be it in transaction banking, real-time payments, all forms of electronic bankings, apps and the like, be it in the form of advisory on subsidiaries, just the flash words of Next Generation EU and Repower EU. There's a lot of financial funds available from the European Union to the countries of Central and Eastern Europe, and we are there to provide guidance and support and advisory. And, of course, sustainable finance. Yes, Central and Eastern Europe is not truly at the forefront of all ESG activities, but exactly this is again why we took deliberately the strategic decision to be front runner on ESG in Central and Eastern Europe. We want to bring green to CEE, and we have formed the infrastructure in all our subsidiaries again to support this transition and important transition of the economy. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Europe's resilient, diversified banking system is a benefit for the European economy and has experienced and weathered several crises in the past. It is especially in times of crisis when a strong banking system proves to be highly valuable. Banks finance a major share of the client's investments through the cycle. And for example, the banking system provided a good deal of counter-cyclical support to the real economy to navigate through and out of the COVID crisis. And via the financial activities, banks are helping to create and maintain jobs in the region, which help to attract and retain skilled people and combat drain brain. By fostering local business activity, banks support the welfare generation in the region in the long run. So the combination of growing recession risks, high interest rates, and macroprudential tightening create a challenging landscape for 2023. And therefore, regulators will need to adequately balance prudent banking regulation on the one hand and granting banks a framework required to support the economy by maintaining credit supply to companies and households on the other hand. In light of the challenges ahead, we need to bring public and corporate decision makers closer together to jointly elaborate solutions. This is why I'm so happy about today's event, and I'm looking forward to the many insights and new approaches to be shared today. It's a big pleasure and honor for RBI to host this 19th Vienna Economic Forum today, and I wish all of us an insightful morning. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Lenk. I think we have a video now by Mariya Gabriel since 2019. She's been the European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Education, Culture, and Youth. She is a Vice President of the European People's Party in European Parliament, or was, and is a member of the GERB party, the leading coalition party in Bulgaria. Our video from Mariya Gabriel.
Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot be there with you, but I could not miss this chance to send a message of strong support to the Vienna Economic Forum. If Europe learned something over the last century, it is that economic cooperation works. We saw the devastation of 2 world wars, but we also saw how their wounds were slowly healed as we worked together. This example, at the core of the European project, has been an inspiration to bring together a whole continent, across as well as beyond the European Union. And I'm especially proud of our work, just as I'm proud of the work of the Vienna Economic Forum, towards bridging European member states and all the economies in Europe. The Western Balkans are a great example of this. Our joint work in the context of the Western Balkans agenda on innovation, research, education, culture, youth and sport has been extremely meaningful. Take digital skills, for example. Just last year, the European Commission adopted the path to the digital decade. This is a concrete plan to achieve the digital transformation of the European economy by 2030. At the same time, we have continued deploying the Digital Education Action Plan, which has had a special focus on the Western Balkans as we develop the skills of young people across Europe. This has been instrumental in developing the human capital of all our regions. And we know the positive impact that skilled, motivated young people have on growth. In fact, I have seen very encouraging signs coming from the Western Balkans. You have put in place new research and innovation strategies. You have increased national funds for research and innovation. You have coordinated regional efforts in increasing your innovation potential and you have continued to develop smart specialization strategies, more and more the key to regional growth in so many sectors. The Western Balkans are a success story, especially when we look at the numbers. Under Horizon 2020, cooperation with the Western Balkan economies amounted to 160 million euros, reaching more than 900 researchers and innovators across the region. Under Horizon Europe, this figure looks like it will continue to grow. For example, the funding in 2021 shows an impressive result. Western Balkan participants attracted around 36 million euros from Horizon Europe. It was the best year in the history of the region's participation in the framework programs. This success feeds, of course, into the many innovation hubs supported by the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, along with its knowledge and innovation communities. These communities are the perfect ecosystem for innovators to develop, especially with initiatives like EIT Jumpstarter, our pre-acceleration program for high-potential, early-stage teams of innovation in the Central, Eastern and Southern European regions. EIT Jumpstarter also powers our pre-accelerator in Ukraine, helping Ukrainian innovators turn their ideas into successful businesses. This help ranges from online training to expert mentoring or subgranting. All these synergies, connecting education to research and innovation, culture and youth, end up connecting our societies. After all, a rising tide hits all boats. And we need a rising tide, especially now that we must stand together against Russian aggression, developing the strategic autonomy of our democracies across all of Europe. This is the blueprint for recovery and for rebuilding. These investments, just like all your work and cooperation, will be instrumental in bridging all our regions, our economies, connecting innovation valleys to innovation hubs. They will empower our young people, something we have an obligation to do, especially as 2022 is the European Year of Youth. You can count on the support of the European Commission. Even more importantly, you can count on each other, on the Vienna Economic Forum. As Ambassador KIRTCHEVA put it last June, where there is a will, there is a way. And you can count on the European Union to walk alongside you as you create this way together. I wish you a very fruitful forum.
The person I would like to introduce now is the heart and the soul, I would say, of the Vienna Economic Forum. This is Ambassador Elena KIRTCHEVA. She's had a prominent career in politics in her home country of Bulgaria, serving in Parliament, and also serving in special government commissions on foreign policy and forming the first constitution in post-socialist Bulgaria. A distinguished career in diplomacy, serving as Bulgarian ambassador to Switzerland, to Finland, and then to Austria. And that led her into being one of the co-founders of the Vienna Economic Forum, and since 2005, the Secretary General of the Vienna Economic Forum. Ambassador Elena KIRTCHEVA.
Thank you very much. Dear participants at today's 19th Vienna Economic Forum, we are here in the hall of Raiffeisen Bank. Thank you again, Mr. LENNKH. On site, only 80 people. Because of the restriction we wanted to think about. Online, we have more than 1,000 people who are looking now. And the whole, I should say, the whole forum is translated, broadcasting through the European Union and European Commission Euro Plus channel in the whole world. I must mention that we are here participants from 21 countries, representatives from 21 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, Mariya Gabriel, Commissioner Mariya Gabriel just has just quoted the German proverb, wo ein Wille, da ein Weg. Where there is a will, there is a way. Today we are here to discuss what is the way to secure economic development in an insecure environment in these difficult and uncertain times. How to manage the challenges under the pressure of the reality of an aggressor war at the European continent. Should we remain true to the Vienna Economic Forum founding goals? To follow the incorporated vision, the Vienna Economic Forum vision of building a common economic area from the Adriatic to the Black Sea? My answer is yes, we should. Let me point out some examples from the near history of the development of the economic cooperation in the last 2 decades. In Europe and in the European Union, on one hand, and in the Vienna Economic Forum region, a true European region on the other hand. Some of them can be very useful in learning from the mistakes. Others can be hopeful and illustrate the ability to follow good strategies to react quickly, always keeping in the eyes our vision. The pandemic has shown us in a very clear way the significance of the regional economic relations. Further and deeper cooperation with the framework of the European continent has become a must. Today we are confronted with a war of aggression on European soil, the war in the WEF member countries, Ukraine. We are also confronted with an energy crisis caused by the same aggressor because of the European dependency on only one main gas source. This fact is known today by everybody. Many people are afraid of that. However, the energy dependency is not something new. Allow me to remind of the Nabucco pipeline project. The Nabucco pipeline should have been built and had incorporated the EU political wish for a diversification of natural gas sources to reduce the heavy dependence on the main supplier Gazprom. This natural gas pipeline was concluded by an intergovernmental agreement in August 2008, then ratified by the parliaments of the participating countries of Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, and Austria. However, the start of construction was postponed many times. Ultimately, the Nabucco pipeline project was practically dead in 2013. Vienna Economic Forum has several times a platform for promoting the Nabucco project. In the hall here with us is Mr. Otto Musilek, long-standing Vienna Economic Forum member and arbitrator of Vienna Economic Forum, who worked with OMV or OMV at this time. And I'm certain that it hurts him particularly to think on the end of this Nabucco project. So is Otto. Because the news highlights from 15 years ago, diversification, new gas sources for Europe, all of this seems quite familiar these days. I believe that the responsible representatives of European politics have learned from the mistakes of the past. I believe it. This belief gives me the confidence to turn to a recent good example, illustrating the positive outcome for cooperation between economy and politics on the same subject, European gas supply. On the 1st of October, in this year, only 45 days ago, Bulgarian newspaper wrote, "Finally, Bulgaria gets natural gas through the interconnector with Greece." The leaders of the European Commission of 5 Balkan countries and Azerbaijan were present in the official ceremony and outlined the importance of the interconnector in the global energy crisis. The interconnector started working at an important moment of crisis, but let me underline that almost 13 years after its conception as a project in 2009. And please remember again as comparison. Nabucco project was founded in August 2008. Vienna Economic Forum invited, and I'm very pleased to present the executive officer and board member of the gas interconnector Greece-Bulgaria. This is Mrs. Teodora Georgieva. She joined us today, and we will have the pleasure to learn from her directly about the new era, as stated by the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, new era not only for Bulgaria, but for all countries from the Balkans and Southeastern Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please look at the activities of some important Austrian companies, member of the Vienna Economic Forum in the region. For example, A1 Telekom Austria Group. By the rebranding of the names of the subsidiary companies in the countries of the region, A1, and I'll say now in Bulgarian and in Slavic language, A1. The A1 has also contributed to the perception of actual and real consolidation of the region. Thank you very much. The activities of many other WEF members have a similar effect. At this point, I would like to emphasize the pioneering role of Vienna Insurance Group. Vienna Insurance Group is the only one member of Vienna Economic Forum who is presented in all countries, all member countries of Vienna Economic Forum. Thank you, Vienna Insurance Group. The same I have to say about Raiffeisen International. The pioneering role of Raiffeisen International, Raiffeisen Bank at the beginning, then Raiffeisen International Bank, in the whole region is something well known. The role of Verbund AG, I remember the date of 18th of September, the opening of Ashta watercraft in Albania, built by 50-50 joint venture between Verbund and EVN, and this time with an old innovation system of Siemens AG. It is a part of my life also. Thank you, Verbund. The excellent cooperation with the Presidency of the Republic of Turkey Investment Office, the awarded WEF Cooperation Partner of the year 2022, should also be highlighted. The Vienna Economic Talks Istanbul meeting on 17th of May this year have been the best example for fruitful cooperation in difficult times. Even symbolically, being organized in the Dolmabahce Saray, Dolmabahce Palace, the same place where the WEF member country, Turkey, plays an indisputably important role as a mediator for the peace in the region. The activities of Österreichische Post AG through a logistics company in Istanbul are also thanks to the good cooperation of the Presidency of the Republic of Turkey Investment Office. With the active cooperation of all WEF members, Vienna Economic Forum has proven itself to be the European economic platform based in Vienna, a platform where visionaries from economy and politics meet. Now, under the circumstances of the war in Ukraine, these visionaries are in demand more than ever. Until now, we have known the positive effect between cooperation between economy and politics, but only in times of peace. Let me hopefully repeat, where there is a will, there is a way. Thank you very much, and let me believe that with common activities we will do something more for our Vienna Economic Forum and for our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador KIRTCHEVA. where there's a will, there's a way. That seems to tell us a lot about the special guest that we have with us today, Prime Minister Albin Kurti from Kosovo. You know, he has just arrived from Paris. He's a very, very busy regional leader. But it's very interesting that he told us, I want to be in Vienna. I will be at the meeting of the Vienna Economic Forum. And we're very, very proud of that fact. Just arrived from Paris last night. I have great respect and admiration for this person. He's been in Kosovo Parliament since 2010, and by 2017, his political party, called Veta Vendosia, meaning in Albanian, self-determination, appropriately enough. By 2017, it was the biggest political party in the parliament. He has endured very much in his personal life. He has endured very much in his political life. But in the end, he has endured, period. And this shows the resilience of good leadership in this region and for Kosovo. He's been Prime Minister twice, 2020, and again now since 2021. Prime Minister Albin Kurti. Zoti Kryeministër, fjala është e juaja.
Thank you, Ambassador Jackovich. Dear President, Mr. UMUNDUM, dear General Secretary, Ms. KIRTCHEVA, dear esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be with you today in Vienna at the 19th Vienna Economic Forum. In April this year, I held the opening speech at the Kosovo-Austrian Economic Forum in Pristina. My address was titled, Doing Business in Kosovo, Southeast Europe's Fastest Growing Democracy. Kosovo's economy indeed is growing, and it is growing fast. But more important in this regard, our democracy is growing stronger. More democracy means less corruption, and more democracy becomes more growth. I believe that our regional economic development depends on coming closer to democratic values and aspirations towards EU membership of each and every country of Western Balkans. Therefore, I am very glad that on the 3rd of November, the Prime Ministers of the Western Balkans 6 countries have signed 3 agreements at the Berlin Process Summit, where we agreed on 3 very practical issues. Free ID travel within the region, the recognition of academic qualifications, and recognition of qualifications of certain professions. These 3 agreements now must be ratified very soon in 6 parliaments of Western Balkans. Starting with the COVID-19 pandemic and followed by Russian aggression on Ukraine, democratic policymakers and businesses of all sizes learned an important lesson over the past 2 years. Globalization inevitably increased dependence on autocratic countries. Therefore, now it is not only of absolute necessity to allocate production and other services to geographically closer regions, but also to base our economies on sound market principles and democratic values alike in order to be resilient. Interests and values go hand in hand. It requires entrepreneurial skills and good governance, steadily looking out for sustainable policies rather than quick revenues, creating dangerous dependencies. Policymakers today need to understand that democracies must rely on and help one another. We, as the Republic of Kosovo, have joined EU sanctions against Russian Federation because we understand that Russia's cheap gas is costly for the security and peace of Europe, and most importantly for the lives of Ukrainian people. We believe that no democratic country should stand neutral in the face of Russia's cruelty and aggression in Ukraine. Neutrality is cynicism. We need solidarity, ever more solidarity. So when planning on overcoming the existing challenges as a region, we must understand that this will only be possible through the collaboration of our economies and politics among the different nations, which are represented in this conference like in every other conference of the region. Fundamental for such collaboration is not only the understanding of one another's economic strengths and weaknesses, but also the confidence in common democratic values among us. We should start from what we have in common rather than what could be the differences in nature or scale of our economies between Western Balkan 6 countries. Hence, the political will for institutional stability through democratic values and economic prosperity in the region is a priority for our government. And we've proved this by ranking 17 spots higher on Transparency International's Corruption Perception Index after 1 year in office, but also being first in the region for the second time and second in the world when it comes to the improvement in rule of law according to World Justice Project. Likewise, according to World Press Freedom Index, Reporters Without Borders, Kosovo rose by 17 places upwards for good. I'd like to make this comment more tangible by sharing recent economic indicators of the Republic of Kosovo. Our economic growth reached 10.7% of GDP in 2021, which was the largest in the region and the highest in Kosovo's after-war period. This year, we forecast 4% of GDP as economic growth after subtracting the inflation. Our ambitious industrial policies, diverse sustainable investments, and numerous strategic investors led to an increase in exports by 86%, reaching the value of 2.7 billion euros, which is expected to continue this year with an increase in exports value of 62%, an increase in export amount by 88%. When we took office, the ratio between export and import was 1:9, huge trade deficit. After a year and a half is 1:6. So a lot has been done, but also a lot remains to be done. The impact of political stability is also shown in FDI, which increased last year by 22% and now by 47%. With our ambitious legislative agenda, we expect to see it grow further in the near future. But the growth that we have had, we did not keep it for the state. We also distributed to the society. Last year, we have had economic recovery package, which was at the amount of 4% of GDP. And this year, we continued with economic recovery package, amounting to 3% of GDP, but also we have added another package to reduce the impact of inflation at the amount of 2% of GDP. So we have increased social welfare, monthly allowances for new mothers and children, pensions increased by 11%, and for the disabled specifically by 33%. We have had support package to reduce the impact of inflation, focusing on subsidy for electricity bills for those who save energy. For example, whoever shows that in the month of October of this year has saved energy, let's say a household by 100 kilowatt hours, in comparison with October last year, then in this year we subsidize 200 kilowatt hours to that household. We have also introduced one-off doubling of social assistance payments for September 2022. Then one-off payments for pensioners, students, and employees in public enterprises for September 2022. And around 10% increase in monthly salaries for public sector employees from September 2022. And in private sector, every employer who decides to increase the salaries for their employees, we subsidize 50% of that. We have fulfilled our promise for free public education. So for bachelor and master degree in universities in Kosovo, no student has to pay. Only for PhD, you have to pay. And in addition, 1,365 scholarships for women and girls students in STEM fields, and 500 scholarships for communities, minorities in our country. The EU's countries report, progress report for 2022 was the best Kosovo has ever received. I want to emphasize that the reports of the past years always have mentioned political influence in administration, especially in the recruitment of civil servants, including high-level positions, the judicial, national public broadcaster, public university and schools, the tax administration and the customs. This year, political influence was not mentioned for any of these at all. I believe that economic growth and prosperity in Southeast Europe are best achieved through democratic governments and stable institutions, in accordance with European and Western values. As it is our responsibility as policymakers to grant these, the subsequent next steps for economic development within the region lie on the shoulders of our respective economies, different sectors, and all the businesses. As the political leader of Europe's youngest democracy by constitution and population, I'd like to advocate for the opportunities which my country offers to companies like those represented here today. And the government of Kosovo is currently undergoing planning for over 4.5 billion euros worth of environmental, infrastructural, and renewable energy investment opportunities. On the other hand, we want to take Austrian model, like also German model, of dual education system to bridge skills gap by linking labor market with professional education. It is possible to have non-academic professionals. Not that seldom we have non-professional academics, but what we need is also jobs in labor markets, what we could call non-academic professionals, because this would increase employment and decrease migration. Knowing this potential, we have piloted the dual education system, vocational education and training, for 5 different sectors: hairdresser, cook, hospitality assistant, bricklayer, and programmer. There are 20,000 experts, professionals who are working in ICT sector. ICT sector in Kosovo has 650 companies. 10% of them are foreign ownership. 21% of them are mixed ownership. And 70% of them do exports, and 61% of all the products are for exporting. Average age in Kosovo is 31 years. All of them speak English, many of them German as well. And we are looking forward to introduce coding in high and elementary schools, because we can conclude that unfortunately in 20th century Esperanto has failed, but in 21st century it might be that coding will succeed. So coding is Esperanto of 21st century, but with a rather successful outcome in the years to come. Regarding renewable energies, we have an enormous need to catch up. Our aims for the energy strategy is to increase resilience, expand renewable energy and decarbonization, increase energy efficiency and regional integration in the field of energy and consumer protection. We have an ambitious energy strategy in line with Kosovo's commitment within the Sofia Declaration on the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans. We aim to decarbonize the sector by 2050, whereas by 2031 we aim to build 1,400 megawatts of wind and solar capacities and increase to the share of the renewables to 35%. As a government, we are aiming to protect our citizens from price hikes and also to ensure that there are incentives for them to increase energy efficiency and to reduce demand for energy. This year, our electricity demand has decreased by over 6%. We aim to uphold this trend by subsidizing households that save energy and purchase efficient heating appliances. By the end of the year, we will adopt our first ever law on renewable energy sources, make it easier for households and businesses to install solar panels, and launch the first auction for private investors. From next year, we are increasing and speeding up investments in energy efficiency in the residential sector, renewable generation projects, and sustainable district heating systems. This year, we have also signed in late July an agreement with the American Millennium Challenge Corporation over a grant in amount of $202 million, which is the largest one-time grant in the history of Kosovo. Investments of the program will be in the energy reserves and arbitration, on batteries with a capacity of 340 megawatts per 2 hours, and also the workforce development and women's involvement in the energy sector. Since we're going to go aggressive with renewables, we will need battery storage. During last winter, we have inaugurated wind park in Selac, worth 169 million euros, with 27 turbines which cover 10% of the installed capacity of our country and which are going to decrease emissions of carbon dioxide by 247,000 tons. In the project Solar for Kosovo, worth 65 million, we are going to build one of the biggest solar thermal plants in Europe. Overall, we are seeing a positive trend in Kosovo regarding economy and democracy alike, which is also expressed in our relations with Austria. Kosovo-Austrian trade relations have been improving. In the first half of 2022, Kosovo's exports to Austria have increased by 33% and service exports by 50%. For 26th to 28th of March 2023, an Austrian economic mission in Pristina is planned on energy projects in Kosovo. We have also discussed with Ms. KIRTCHEVA the possibility to hold the next Vienna Economic Forum in Pristina, and I look forward to hosting you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Thank you very much. I have always been in awe of the country of Montenegro, a very small country, relatively speaking, but a very, very vigorous leadership and a very, very vigorous people. Not that long ago, achieving independence, full independence, or I should say, reconstituting its independence. And we have actually two speakers in today's program from Montenegro. Djordje RADULOVIC is the foreign policy advisor, excuse me, the foreign policy advisor to the interim prime minister Dritan Abasovic of Montenegro, and he was former foreign minister of Montenegro from 2002 until earlier this year. He has headed for a long time the European Directorate, the EU Directorate of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Djordje RADULOVIC, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for inviting us and for organizing this great event and for everything we've done over the last almost 2 decades to promote economic cooperation and investments in the region between Adriatic Sea and Black Sea. Before I start, I would like to extend a sincere apology on behalf of the Prime Minister, Mr. Dritan Abasovic, who unfortunately was not able to participate in the panel due to previously scheduled agenda in the country. So, speaking of the subject, I would like to shed light on a couple of facts. So, since World War II, I would say that world trade has been increased 20 times, and this was followed by rapid economic growth that lifted millions of people out of the zone of poverty. So this trade interdependence, I would say, so unprecedented in the course of human history before that, had, I would say, twofold effect. On one hand, it had beneficial effects because, in the countries with open market economies like Montenegro, citizens of my country and countries of the region, they, in the meantime, became eligible to apply and compete for jobs worldwide. For instance, citizens of my capital right now could apply for a job from Boston to Beijing. But at the same time, I would say that these benefits, were not allocated at equal footing, and also it created development gaps between countries, regions, cities, and even social groups alike. While on one hand we had, I would say, as I said, beneficial effects, on the other hand, we had some kind of detrimental effects, namely small food producers and small entrepreneurs. They had to fight literally, against large producers coming from mid-size, medium-size, and large European countries in order to economically survive. We have also to mention one thing. I would say, speaking, in the words of Charles Dickens, who said those were best of the times and those were worst of the times. Every single generation over the course of history had worst of the time moments. And unfortunately, the worst of the time moment that had befallen on us was pandemic. So pandemic infested the globe, leaving mayhem, literally economic, social mayhem around the globe, and it left dozens and millions of people jobless. But as people say, there is silver lining in every cloud. So finally, this pandemic was a watershed moment in at least European history, and when they stood up together for solidarity and with the hope of a great future, and that was some would say European Hamilton moment, when they definitely decided to have a common future. So speaking of these challenges, of course, there are many ways how these challenges might be tackled, but in my humble opinion, on behalf of Montenegro, of course, I would like to mention there are two most important ways. Namely, it's European integration, that's the one thing, and the second thing is regional cooperation. So, I would like to shed a light that Montenegro has 3 foreign policy tenets, priorities: EU, NATO, and good neighborly relations. And I would say that we are lucky as a country that 3 foreign policy priorities, they create great synergy among each other. So good cooperation in the region provides economic growth, and again, that forges political ties and bonds, and again, that fosters political connections, and that provides, at the end of the day, political stability. And political stability in the region is conditio sine qua non for European integration of the country. Of course, we have there NATO to protect us from looming threats or not so looming threats on the horizon. I'm of course referring to 24th of February, but of course I'm going to provide a couple of comments on that a little bit later. So I'm very much proud of the fact that Montenegro, as the smallest country in the region, has no open issues whatsoever with its neighbors. And it's a great stepping stone how we in the region could cooperate for the sake of our citizens, for the well-being of our citizens, and for the sake of our posterity. So economic challenges, only, in my humble opinion, could be overwhelmed by mutual response. And if you look at the map of the region, we are 6 independent countries having 5 currencies, so only way out how we could expand our markets beyond our boundaries is to work definitely together. And one way of working together is through regional cooperation. Mr. KURTI mentioned Berlin Process Summit, and I'm particularly proud of that, but there are also many other regional cooperation. Montenegro is part of more than 35 regional cooperation, and also this serves as a stepping stone towards better communication and cooperation in the region. So, as I said, since of 24th of February, this Russian invasion of Ukraine has sent a tremendous shockwaves throughout the continent. And I believe that the main topic, or better said, the topic in Europe since then has been energy. And while many European countries have been trying to wean off Russian gas and to turn to other sources, renewables and so on and so forth, I have to say that we were lucky in Montenegro. Why? Because we do not depend on Russian gas at all. So we don't have pipelines, which is good, right? Right now especially. And again, staggering fact that I have to mention right now that 50% of our energy sources stem from renewables, mostly hydropower plants. And whatever I say here, I speak on behalf of Montenegro, but the same goes for other countries of the Western Balkans. We are, I would say, blessed that we have more than 250 sunny days per year, which is, God-given place for renewables and for solar panels. So the government of Montenegro has been trying diligently, to attract investment in renewable energy. Namely, we've done a tremendous job in launching some projects, wind farms and solar panels. And likewise, I would like to mention there are some projects regarding floating solar panels on the lake on the Skadar Lake, because the surface of the lake is, I would say, placid. So if you have more than 200 sunny days a year, and again the surface is placid, we could provide a lot of energy there. Yes, energy also was the topic in Europe, and it is, unfortunately. And despite the fact that we are not dependent on Russian gas, we must mention that also this crisis affected us severely. Why? Because if we have a hotspot in one part of the world, or better said, in one part of Europe, it definitely has ripple effect, and it goes back and forth, and it has spillover effects. So, which means that we depend on electricity, but still, in order to protect, let's say, living standards of our citizens, we've been trying meticulously and diligently, not to increase electricity prices for the households. So for the time being, our national electricity provider pays 12 times higher price than end consumers. So which means that we have to act swiftly in order to provide more energy sources and to stabilize this energy market in the region. And Montenegro, despite the fact that it's the smallest country in the region, also is, I would say, the biggest hub. Why? Because we installed underline sea cable between Montenegro and Italy, which means it provides, we export electricity to Italy. So, and of course, it goes, further to the region. So investments in energy sector in my country would be very much welcomed if we take into consideration everything aforementioned. Likewise, transport. Also, it's something that is the topic in the region. We must have better connections. We must have better roads. We must have highways, railways, and of course, if we manage to do so, it's going only to behoove our cooperation and to provide political stability and bring us closer to the EU. So transport, energy, renewables, agriculture as well. So those are all fields which are, I would say, very much God-given for investment. But we are not stopping there. We would like to attract more and more credible investments from the West, because as our distinguished guests have mentioned so far, in the wake of the war, there are no neutral countries. So which means that we would like to see more credible investments coming from the West. Why? Because, as I said, our main foreign policy priority goal is to be part of the EU. And again, 80% of our population strongly support full membership into the EU. So we have our political desire, and our political orientation has to be followed by economic orientation as well. I would just try to conclude here just by mentioning that, in the words of Thomas Friedman, the world is not flat. Basically, the world is not flat anymore. So there are a lot of stakeholders and players that might affect the process, but the government of Montenegro, I'm proud to say that, tries very hard to create economic environment and to create, let's say, very much inclusive environment for everyone, and that no one should be left behind. So, indeed, if we succeed in this, definitely I'm quite sure that the better days are waiting for us, and the best days for Montenegro region and Europe as well are yet to come. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Radulovic from Montenegro. Peter Höfinger is, since 2009, a member of the board of the Vienna Insurance Group, which is an organization that is playing an ever larger role in the Austrian economy and in the regional economy. He's the former director of the managing board of Donau Versicherung, and he is responsible at VIG, Vienna Insurance Group, for virtually all of the states that are members of the Vienna Economic Forum, the Southeast European states, and also the Baltic states up north. So, Peter Höfinger.
Also, good morning from my side to everybody participating here today. We are going today into a multipolar world, which will change a lot of the mechanism of the globalization which we had in the past and we are used to depart. And I believe this will become more a regionalization and then cooperation between the region. All the large companies, and I'm also responsible in our group for large international customers, all the large companies, starting with the pandemic crisis, were reviewing their supply chain and changing their supply chain and making it more resilient. This has been accelerated dramatically also with the geopolitical developments which we have here since the beginning of the year. And with all these CEOs, CFOs sitting and redesigning the supply chain, in the end they will have to diversify and they have to make sure that part of their critical supplies must be what they call somehow in a lorry distance to be produced, which in the end means Europe. It's not possible, as we have seen it in the past with the pandemic area, because ships cannot embark from Shanghai airport in Germany. Manufacturing sites had to send on holidays people there. I think with all the uncertainty, with all the volatility which we are facing, this will be one element very differently to many other regions, where we in our region can get an input and a benefit out of the current situation. Whenever critical supplies do be relevant on labor costs, we will have an advantage here in the region. And I think we should take this opportunity getting this input. This is also supported by one element which we see very much in Western Europe. We see it also in Austria in the tourism industry, that there is a missing out of employees which in former times very much were coming for Central Eastern Europe working in this kind of industry. Due to the lockdowns of the pandemic, and many of our people in Serbia, Bulgaria went home for the lockdowns, and many of them decided to stay there. So we have a brain drain, but on the other hand side, there has been a bit a coming back of the young, ambitious, educated people in this region, combined also with a change of strategy of multinational companies, making sure that within the region of production they also get the supply and not just have a global set in their business model. One factor. Another factor which I think is very important to mention is the very specific crisis resilience which we see of our region. If you look on the last 30, 40 years, in our region there have been war crises, all kind of political crises, hyperinflation, banking crisis, and so on. So in the end, we have in our working population, and we have also managers still today in office, in place, which have the experience of uncertainty, which have the experience of volatility. Compare this maybe with Germany, the last 50 years, constant development, stable environment, management capacity, but also working population haven't had the need to learn for uncertainty, unpredictability, volatility. And I believe that one of the most important elements in a situation where we are, and I'm afraid that this kind of world will not change on the very short term. It will stay this kind of volatility for the longer. is mindset. Mindset, how you deal with this uncertainty. And due to the fact that in our region we have a much lower welfare system, and therefore also people expect much less support for their respective governments. Therefore they do not wait that somebody is helping them. Therefore they are not just expecting what is going to be, but they react immediately. Reacting immediately in this fast changing environment is important and is a big advantage. And in our region, people have learned due to their experience to be flexible, use the right pragmatism, and have a high level of improvisation, which is in this kind of environment key for success. Not to spend weeks and months in making a plan, maybe for an environment which has changed again, but be down to earth, changing it, doing it, and when realizing maybe something has been done wrong, changing the error, do it differently. All this, which is very much part of our working culture in the region where we are, and this will allow our region to adopt quickly in a speed to the situation. And again, I believe we will have for a longer period of time this kind of environment. Again, just reflect maybe on Germany, large companies in Germany. Just as an example, mention Siemens. Somebody working at Siemens since 30-35 years is used to the full stability, led by regulation, now confronted with all this changing world, having not had this learning curve, which our colleagues in our region has. Referring a bit to Vienna Insurance Group, how we see this and how we are dealing with these topics. Very luckily, and even more true than in the past, we do have a very decentralized approach, and our DNA is a decentralized management approach, and we very much believe and rely on local management resources. In this time, we even further empower our local management teams for decision making, as we are absolutely convinced that the closer the decision is taken to the problem, the more appropriate the decision is. And we have to be quick, and we have to be in the different countries finding different solutions. We have agreed with them on a base plan. We have agreed with them on base KPIs for next year and the years to come. We have discussed with them various scenarios and what is the set of measures what could be used in these scenarios. But the most important element is we are keeping a high frequency of personal contacts with all of our group companies. Everybody in the board of VAG is traveling every week. I'm traveling 3 to 4 days, being a sparring partner, discussing with the colleagues in the countries, telling maybe the colleagues what's happening in other countries and how people are reacting on the challenges of inflation and whatsoever, and how to adopt them, supporting them in making their decisions, and making sure that we find the right, fast, flexible way in steering our company through these times, always balancing the value or the impact of a short-term decision in relation to a long-term effect. Very often and sometimes and this is then the part of the group, where a short-term effect could maybe have immediate positive impact, but in the long run would destroy value, where we also are willing to accept short-term negative effects, which is for the long term maybe important and submitted. So we as VAG, we are fully committed to the region. The basic business model of an insurance company is to give resilience to our customer. So we are also very much asked by our responsibility, by our quality of advice and the security given to our clients to support them and give them professional instruments for resilience on an economic way. And relatively maybe to the impact which we will see in the next years to come by the economic volatilities, I think our region is maybe a bit better off than the others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. HÖFINGER. Again, Vienna Insurance Group playing an ever greater and increasing role in the Austrian economy and ever more important in the entire regional scope of things. Thomas Arnoldner is the CEO of A1 Telekom, Austria Group. We have had a lot of cooperation with A1 Telekom. In fact, some of our previous meetings here of the Vienna Economic Forum have been at the premises of A1 Telekom. Thomas Arnoldner was the CEO of Alcatel-Lucent Austria at one time. I don't remember the exact years, he can tell us. But of course, that became merged with Nokia. And at that point, he became a person that was in charge of or cooperating with the integration team that had the very important role of determining what Nokia would do. And he was leading, at that point, Nokia's European growth strategy for the new company. Mr. Thomas Arnoldner, please.
Prime Minister, Ambassador Jackovich, Ambassador KIRTCHEVA, dear fellow members of the Vienna Economic Forum, it's a pleasure for me to be here with you talking about a topic which is on top of everyone's minds: economy, politics, managing in difficult, in uncertain times. Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. I'm not going to give you any details on my CVs now, but let me just point out a few facts on A1 Telekom Austria Group. We as A1 Telekom Austria Group, we are active in actually 7 countries in the region. We have some 18,000 employees. We have revenue of close to 5 billion euros, 26 million customers in our 7 core markets. We serve customers both in the private and enterprise segment with a broad portfolio in fixed, in mobile, in ICT solutions, cloud, cybersecurity, Internet of Things, and many, many more. As Ambassador KIRTCHEVA rightfully pointed out, we have rebranded all of our operations onto one single brand in the footprint, on the A1 brand, which we carry very proudly. We are one of the largest investors in most of the operations we are in. We will be investing around €1 billion this year alone, and this is more or less run rate investment levels, which we do each and every year. We ramp up our infrastructure, especially in the areas of 5G and fiber deployments. And the Central and Eastern European region has obviously always been particularly very important for us, where we see the high growth stemming in our operations, which, by the way, is almost unmatched within Europe. If we compare ourselves to our European peers, we are in most of the cases the fastest growing company in our sector. Well, obviously these times also pose challenges for us. I'm not going to complain about rising energy costs. I think we have talked a lot about that. And Achim Kasper in front row, with one of our main suppliers on energy costs, is loving these days. I'm not going to complain about the rise in salary costs and many other parts of our operations. But the environment is also challenging for us, and hence, ever more, it is important for us as an investor to have predictable, stable investment framework. We are faced with a multitude of crises. Corona just fading out, the horrible war in Ukraine, the energy prices I just mentioned and potential energy shortages, supply chain interruptions, inflation, rising interest rates, and last not least, and Peter LENNKH thankfully pointed it out in his opening remarks, the climate crisis and what we need to do here. And as someone for whom technology has always been very close to what I do and very close to my heart, I think we cannot underestimate, and this is what I really want to put the spotlight on, we cannot underestimate the role technology plays in mastering all these crises. The one who masters technology best is the first to go out through this crisis as a winner. The one who masters technology best will be the fastest to overcome and to prevail in this crisis. And let me just give you a few examples. One is very straightforward. Corona, we were all so very much dependent on our digital infrastructures. Data on our networks exploded. The networks proved to be extremely resilient. The digital services kept us connected, whether we were working from home, whether we were using government services, whether we were doing homeschooling, or whether we used it to entertain ourselves or to stay in contact with our beloved ones. Unfortunately, also in this horrible war in Ukraine, technology plays a major role in the recent developments which we are seeing. Solving the energy crisis and becoming energy independent is unthinkable without the progress in modern technology, without the advancements in wind and solar power, for example, or the ability to manage smart grids. Decarbonization, and we put a lot of effort in decarbonizing our own operations, but also we put a lot of effort in supporting others in decarbonizing their operations, is unthinkable without digitalization. Just think e-mobility, think smart building solutions, precision farming, the digitalization of manufacturing processes, or cloud services allowing us to stream music and movies everywhere and anytime, not using physical resources but only digital resources. So at the core of it, I'm convinced that for practically all big societal challenges we can think of, technology plays a major role in addressing them and in solving those. And the foundations for those technological advantages are, one, digital infrastructures. We are a very proud investor in digital infrastructure. I just pointed this out. 4G, 5G networks. We have started 5G deployments in 5 of our 7 operations. Fiber networks, data centers, and many more. Secondly, and I applaud the Prime Minister for pointing out his activities on talent, skilled labor, education in the ICT sector. We need the best talent and more talent. It's a major constraint for growth these days in all of our operations. We need more talent in IT, cloud, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and many, many more. And of course, thirdly, we need applications which run on top of those infrastructures and which are developed by these talents, both in the private and in the public sectors. And I'm afraid that as societies we still underestimate the importance of technologies, especially in Europe. The US is pouring massive amounts of money in new technology, in artificial intelligence, in cloud, in quantum computing, and China is following suit. And in Europe, we should not forget that being superior in technology will allow us to prevail in these uncertain times in the future. We need massive investors, and as private investors, let me remind you that money unfortunately tends to be very fluid, and money goes where you find the best investment environment. And especially in times of galloping inflation, rising interest rates, there is even more pressure on business cases. And I think it's in the interest of societies, of governments, of our customers, and obviously of us as investors, to accelerate these investments in digital infrastructures. And even more important than ever, it's important to have an investment-friendly regulatory environment. And let me just give you a few examples. I just pointed out that we started rolling out 5G in 5 out of 7 operations. In Austria, for example, we cover already almost 80% of the population with 5G, same in Bulgaria. In some of the operations, unfortunately, spectrum is not even available. And the way spectrum is allocated and the way spectrum is harmonized, or I should rather say not harmonized, is unfortunate, to say the least, how it's dealt with within the European Union and also in the West Balkans. I think we have a long way to go here. Fiscal policies, I understand fiscal budgets are constrained these days, but nevertheless, please do not put an additional burden on the rising cost of companies. We see some not so positive examples recently, especially talking about tax and other factors, which will for sure limit foreign direct investments and shift them into other parts of the world. And some governments have even gone down to the level of intervening which network vendors to choose on the operator side. I think this is not something which is supporting investment cases, at least unless it's properly compensated for. With that, let me again put the spotlight on the importance of technology in tackling these uncertain, challenging times. We are ready. We will continue investing. We hope for and ask for stable investment conditions. I think it's for the sake of our customers. It's for the sake, obviously, for A1, but it's especially for the sake of the societies we're living in, which we need to develop further. I'm thankful to be able to be here to continue the fruitful dialogue which we have, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arnoldner, the CEO of A1 Telekom Austria Group. Dr. Stephan Packinger is a partner in Freshfields, Bruckhaus, Deringer, and he has been very active in giving capital market advice to institutions, to companies, not only in Austria, but well beyond Austria. Deutsche Bank, Barclays, JP Morgan, Novomatic, many, many others. The list goes on and on. But please, I would like to introduce Dr. Stephan Packinger.
Good morning, and also a very warm welcome from my side. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a great honor to be here. And Mr. Arnoldner just gave me a bit of a hard time because I'm not going to be pitching for a lot of new regulation and how the law and the legal framework can support economic development. I would like, however, to dwell on one aspect which, in my view, is very important to be mindful of, and where the key challenge, the way how we operate and the way how businesses interact, rests. And before diving into that, let's take a quick step where and what the reality is and what the legal framework is, how we operate and how we conduct businesses. And there's one key observation that is common and it has become the new normal. That is a non-harmonized, fragmented legal framework. And let me give you a couple of examples where this is coming from. If you look at ESG and sustainability regulation, we all know how the European Union addresses this. There is the Green Deal, there's the taxonomy regulation, there is a new proposed accounting framework, the European Sustainability Reporting Framework, a lot of rules and regulations which are very technical and which are designed to provide for a legal framework to implement the underlying aim of transforming the European economy into a sustainable economy. There's other ways how to go about that. If you look at capital markets and how the green bond or the loan market has developed, that is not against the backdrop of legislation and legislative rules. It is of market principles, and it's because money and investors were willing to invest on the basis of industry standards. So this is a very, very different approach how to go about that. If you look how the US is handling and dealing with sustainability, this is very different. You see states imposing bans on trading with certain financial institutions who are not investing sufficiently in fossil fuel industries. So there's a change in approach and a change in how market participants must react and are dealt with. What I'm saying is these are clear examples that there's not only one framework and not only one set of rules how this agenda is put forward, but there's multiple ways. And one of the key aspects how to deal with this is to be mindful, anticipate other frameworks and other aspects of how the law is implemented, and not to become complacent by the fact that a set of rules suggests that this is sufficient to implement and to go about businesses. What do I mean by that? There's NGOs who look at this from a global perspective, and they are not driven what the taxonomy regulation says and under which circumstances a certain activity is taxonomy aligned. So it's very important to be mindful and to look at this from a global perspective and not only from a technical perspective what the law and what the rules are saying. There's a very similar picture in the FDI and in the sanctions framework. There's an underlying common interest and driver for these rules, but the way how they are put forward and the way how they are applied and implemented is very different. I'll give you another example. Capital markets are also experiencing a very competitive environment, and there is rules that are being proposed which very much differ from existing rules. The UK, for instance, is putting forward new rules and regulations that are very different to how the European Union works and how the European framework is set up because of competitive concerns. This is yet another example how the regulatory framework is becoming increasingly disharmonized, divergent, and difficult to navigate. In my personal view, there is a risk with that, because the risk with that divergent framework suggests that there is a set of rules in place on the basis of which businesses can interact and conduct their businesses. And that is, by all means, not only to large, sizable corporations, but equally relevant for small businesses, because the European Union, for instance, is very much focusing on the financial sector by requiring them to also report about the ESG-related risks. So that has a clear and direct impact on smaller sized businesses as well, because they need to identify, report, and provide information with this. So there is a set of rules and there's a framework that is non-harmonized, that is very fragmented and very difficult and different wherever the operations are implemented and where people conduct businesses. And there is a seeming protected and protectionism associated with this, because people and businesses believe they have a framework in place which allows them to conduct on a stable basis. This is not the case, because the world continues to be global. And I personally think the biggest challenge of these days is that businesses and the society becomes complacent to innovate, to look across borders, and to implement those new drivers to drive momentum in their operations and in their businesses. So while a stable framework for a lawyer, as I am, is always nice to have, let's not forget to change that and adapt the legal framework to the new world and to new developments, and to allow for that to thrive on a new legal framework. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pacchinger. As you can see, one of the great values, one of the great advantages of a platform like this and a discussion opportunity like this is combining people with corporate experience, commercial experience, attorneys at law experience, political experience, everything together. And that is a great advantage that this platform has. I think we have another video statement at the moment. People who were not able to come here but thought it important enough to pre-record a statement to us. And this is coming from Oliver Varhelyi, since 2009, of course, the European Commissioner for Neighbourhood and Enlargement. He was appointed by Viktor Orban of Hungary. He has served in the Ministry of Justice positions in Hungary, also in EU positions, and in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Hungary. And his video statement is ready to go.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the opportunity to address the Vienna Economic Forum again this year, and I'm sorry I cannot be with you today. This year's forum comes at a critical moment for Europe and the region. 2 years ago, the COVID-19 pandemic had triggered an unprecedented crisis. During these years, governments were forced to adopt substantial stimulus packages to face socio-economic disruptions and rising debt vulnerabilities. Now, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine has made matters worse by fueling global inflation, increasing geopolitical fragmentation, and challenging macroeconomic stability, especially in commodity importing countries. In response to the serious inflation, central banks have tightened monetary policy and significantly increased interest rates. As a result, firms and governments who had become used to low interest rates now see their cost of borrowing increasing. All this is happening at a moment in which a structural rise in government spending and investment is underway. Notably, higher expenditure is needed to address the climate change, higher defense costs are needed to meet security concerns, and increased spending is needed to secure adequate care for an aging population. This is creating a dilemma for central banks, because they know exactly that in order to get inflation down to their targets of roughly 2%, they risk tightening too much, causing a recession, provoking high human costs, and triggering political turbulences. The challenges are big, and we should be carefully assessing the options and their implications for citizens and businesses. So what does this new political and economic context mean for EU neighboring countries and the Western Balkans? Let me first refer to the political dimension. The war has brought the EU and its neighboring countries closer together. Just to give you one example, the EU has fully integrated the Western Balkans into its food and energy security initiatives in response to the ongoing war. The region is part of the European Food Security Preparedness and Response Mechanism and has been invited to participate in the EU's joint gas purchases. The changing geopolitical situation has strengthened the EU enlargement and neighbourhood policy. The unequivocal commitment by the June European Council to the EU membership perspective of the Western Balkans was further confirmed with the opening of negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia in July. And finally, on the 12th of October, the Commission recommended that candidate status be granted to Bosnia and Herzegovina. In the meantime, Ukraine and Moldova have been granted candidate status following their application for EU membership, and for Georgia, a recognized European perspective was offered. Let me now turn to businesses. Examining how companies in the Western Balkans performed during the pandemic, we see that firms came out better from the crisis than initially feared. They lost 29% of turnover and 9% of their labor force, but substantial policy support helped to prevent large-scale bankruptcies. However, we also notice that those firms which were more integrated into global value chains were more innovative and digitalized and performed better. So the lesson seems to be clear. For the region to become more resilient and to be able to face the geopolitical challenges, more efforts are needed. Efforts to support digitalization and green transition, improve productivity, and enhance the integration of Western Balkan companies into EU value chains. So how is the EU supporting these efforts? First, we are deepening the level of our relations. In addition to the recent recommendation for the candidate status of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are accelerating the enlargement process. We've just started the screening of the EU acquis for Albania and North Macedonia, following the opening of negotiations with both countries. We are also preparing an assessment of the acquis for Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia. Second, we are accelerating the implementation of the economic and investment plan for the Western Balkans. A first substantial package was launched in February, endorsing 21 flagship investment projects amounting to 3.2 billion euros, including a substantial 1.1 billion grant component. This economic and investment plan is already helping the region, with its significant support to connectivity and to the competitiveness of the private sector, and by supporting the move towards greener and more digital economies. Lastly, I would like to stress the EU's extensive and continuous support to Ukraine and its people through macro financial assistance and budget support operations, or through our commitment to help with all means the reconstruction of the country. In conclusion, it is clear that strengthening the bonds between the EU and the Western Balkans in this new geopolitical reality is indispensable. But Western Balkan economies must also strengthen and deepen their regional integration to reduce their vulnerability to external shocks. A good example is energy, where the region should increase its effort to integrate its energy markets by improving cross-border interconnections and regional market coupling. To attract investment, the region must rethink existing strategies and further explore new opportunities like nearshoring. I hope this forum today will allow for a fruitful discussion about these challenges and the opportunities ahead of us. Thank you very much for your attention.
We have just a few moments for possible discussion, questions and answers. I want to thank all of our panelists, both those that are up here on the podium and those that are in the first row. But if anybody in the audience has a question or would like to engender any discussion, now is the time. Please raise your hand and let me know. And I would like to start by asking one question, and I hope he will forgive me for being maybe not too diplomatic, but he has just come from Paris. He's just come from very important talks. And I wonder if Prime Minister KURTI could possibly part the curtains for us a little bit and tell us where do things stand right now in talks with Belgrade. I assume in any case this is a question on the top of many people's minds here.
Thank you very much for this question. On 18th of August this year, there has been a great leap forward in terms of talks between Kosovo and Serbia. On that day, at the Office of High Representative of European Union for Foreign and Security Policy and Vice President of European Commission, Mr. Josep Borrell, we've met leaders of both countries, myself as Prime Minister of Kosovo, Mr. Vučić as President of Serbia. And the agenda, we had two topics. Number one, general framework of the agreement, and number two, current issues. This was a big step forward because finally the talks between Kosovo and Serbia became talks for agreement. Not just dialogue for the sake of process, not just dialogue for problem solving of particular issues, not just dialogue for dialogue, but dialogue for agreement. And we started talks on the general framework of the agreement. I'm convinced that for good neighborly relations, for long-term peace and sustainable relations between the two countries, we need to have full normalization of relations, which are going to be codified with a legally binding agreement, which will have as its centerpiece mutual recognition. Mutual recognition will not be the only item on the table, but nonetheless must be its centerpiece. Without mutual recognition, we are going to continue in talks and dialogue without agreement. Following the 18th of August meeting, two special envoys from Berlin and Paris joined the special envoy from Brussels. Namely, Mr. Lajčák was escorted by Mr. Jens Plötner and Mr. Emanuel Bon, who combined different ideas and options in a plan which was later on called as a French-German proposal, but it is rather Brussels' proposal supported by both Paris and Berlin, but also Washington, D.C. The proposal was enunciated in the meeting by Mr. Lajčák, and he had the support of Paris, Berlin, and Washington, D.C. Now I insist on discussing on the general framework of the agreement, on this French-German proposal as it is being called in popular way, and I hope that we are going to intensify talks. I find this latest proposal to be good basis for further discussions, because I see in this proposal a value-based text. You have there notions and concepts of EU, and I very much look forward to build upon that. Whereas in the past, I must say, the agreements which were done between Kosovo and Serbia were falling more within the register that I could call problem-solving ideology. You have a certain problem and you treat it as a sui generis, a singular, unique of a kind, and you come up with a very singular, unique approach to have an agreement which has so many details that others lose interest, and it gets pretty complicated once you start implementation. So value-based agreement is what I look forward, and here EU is indispensable. We cannot have this agreement with Serbia without having EU and US organizing and mediating, and without EU perspective in sight. Our last meeting, 18th of August, was the most positive and constructive so far, and that makes me optimistic. However, we have to put a lot of efforts because the situation is in our country is perhaps rather dangerous than uncertain in terms of Serbia's aggressiveness. And I look forward that within the European and Euro-Atlantic family of states and nations to calm down tensions, and in particular to have peace as the main word. And this can be achieved by double distanciation of Belgrade, sooner rather than later, in one hand from Milosevic in the past, and on the other hand from Putin at present. This double distanciation is necessary in order to have meaningful peace and talks for a final agreement.
Mr. Prime Minister, we are in the end of the session, but sitting near to you, I cannot stay and don't ask what is your opinion about Open Balkan. We have today, you know, the government of Albania, of North Macedonia, they are together to have together government sitting in Skopje, and they are member of Open Balkan Initiative. We from Vienna Economic Forum, and I, by myself, I am looking with mixed feeling to this initiative. Can I ask you, what is your opinion about this initiative of Open Balkan?
Kosovo is not part of the Open Balkans initiative, and we consider that we need European and democratic Balkans. And once the Balkans become European and democratic, they are open enough. And when you say open Balkans, open for whom? We are open for EU, US, UK, NATO. I don't think that we need to be more open than this. Kosovo is a double success story. Number one is a success story of NATO intervention, which brought liberation, stopped genocide. And in contrast to Western intervention in Afghanistan and Iraq, NATO intervention in Kosovo was very successful. On the other hand, we are also a success story in terms of linking economic development with quality democracy. Because there are certain powers and superpowers who want to show that for development you don't need democracy. Autocratic regimes who say that it is precisely dictatorship which brings the necessary stability for investors. We don't believe in that, and Kosovo is not a big country, but it is a great example that economic development and quality democracy go hand in hand. On a personal note, neither as a political orientation nor as a cultural sensitivity, I'm not among those who believe in Balkan self-sufficiency. Yeah. Balkan should join EU, and in this way, EU becomes Europe. 3,000 kilometers external borders of EU will get shorter. with the inclusion of the Balkans. The entire Balkans is like 18 million people, 18 million inhabitants, which is more or less like Netherlands, whereas our combined GDP is a bit more than 1/3 of Czech Republic, or as much as Slovakia. So 6 countries combined GDP is like Slovakia, or less than 1/6 of North Rhine-Westphalia. So I was saying to my French and German colleagues and partners in a half funny way, bail us out, bring us in, because Balkans can contribute to peace and security and development. And on the other hand, it should not be let as a playground which becomes battleground for different kind of superpowers. It is important to notice that in these extraordinary times, we cannot advance with old ordinary methods. We need new creative approaches where internal consolidation of EU is not going to be built or conceived at the expense of external enlargement. Enlargement is the essence of EU, and EU should stay faithful to this essence.
Thank you very much. Ambassador KIRTCHEVA and I did not mean to monopolize your opportunity to ask questions. We do have just a few more minutes. If I see one hand up back in the corner. Do we have a microphone for this gentleman? This corner over here. Yes. I have several corners. Thank you. And just to identify yourself and direct your question, please.
My name is Johann Solgruber. I work for the European Commission in Trade and Investment. And I like very much what the Prime Minister just said. Western Balkan is EU. And I would like to make and use this opportunity to thank Ambassador Elena KIRTCHEVA for this lively platform. It is a big honor to be here. I have no questions, but just 2 messages. And the first one is, I'm now 3 years back to headquarters, and after Brexit, the geopolitical center of Europe has moved somewhere to Middle Europe. I met in October on a visit to Novi Sad, the president of Vojvodina. He said to me, we want to join, if we could join as a region, the European Union. And I told him, let's look at Scotland. They might also join later, or Catalonia. So the door is open, but I don't want to change the enlargement policy here. But my second main message is a very simple one. The things are moving very quickly. Since we have granted EU candidate status to Ukraine, a country in war, you see how quickly things are moving in your country, in Bosnia-Herzegovina, in Albania, in North Macedonia, in Moldova, and very soon in Georgia. And this is the second message. And the last one, since we are having a lot of CEOs here, we are going through a very difficult time. And the forecast is gloomy. It will be worse after the winter, we all know that, but there is tunnel, there is light in a tunnel, and this is the message I want to give to you here. Things are moving so quickly. I met Romanians, and we have new opportunities. They want to build an LNG plant in Constanța, which was, not foreseen. But with this new transformation, digitalization, coming out from this pandemic, we are moving in Europe very quickly, and we have to do so. And this Economic Forum plays a very crucial role in taking up this opportunity. Thank you.
I think we have time for one more question, please. You had your hand up even earlier, please. A microphone for this gentleman.
Well, I do have a question. It's concerning nearshore investments, because due to the supply chain interruptions, there may be some signs that companies, especially from Europe, are going to invest more in the Balkan area. Maybe Raiffeisen knows already if that can be measured. How do you see this? Thank you.
If I may try to take this question, first of all, yes, this is the case. As you mentioned, the global supply chains next to tax regimes and customs regimes became highly complex. The companies are trying to get a better understanding and control over their value chains and the supply chains, and there is a very visible sign of shifted investments. On the other hand, it is in the phase of evaluation. So what we are seeing is that many companies are coming to us and asking us, what if we go to country A versus country B? And it's not, and it's a variety of factors that people are looking at. It's infrastructure, it's available of skilled labor, it's the tax regime, but it is also the question of availability of subsidies. And here, I think one of the important things to be aware of, the contribution of the new EU member states, especially in Southeast Europe and Eastern Europe, relative to the overall EU GDP versus their share in the available EU funds, which are now coming with the next EU generation, it's triple. So this region is getting 3 times more subsidies than other parts of the European Union. And a lot of these subsidies should be there to improve the infrastructure, to improve the environment, to do economic activities, and through this stabilizing, as I also tried to mention before, the labor force in the country and not giving people a reason why they should leave the country. And examples like dual education and the like are all pointing in the same direction. So we do expect more nearshoring into Europe and especially into the new EU member states and into Southeast Europe.
Thank you very much. I think that will have to suffice for discussion, at least at this particular session. I see by my A1 Telekom telephone that it is 11:10. We were to break at 11 o'clock. Since it's 11:10, if I could ask you to return here for a very interesting second session, rather shorter, at 11:40. You know, in the morning session, we heard some fascinating presentations. As I said, it's the kind of platform where we have commercial representatives, we have business representatives, corporate representatives, attorneys, politicians, bankers, communication specialists, a combination of people, and some of the top people from Austria, the top Austrian companies, as well as representatives from all around the region. In this second session, which will go not as long as the morning session, I promise you, but hopefully will be just as interesting, we get into maybe some practical discussions and some pragmatic discussions of what some of the issues are that we explored in the morning, but what some of the proposals and programs are to tackle those issues in a very practical manner in the entire region. And we would like to begin. We have had 2 commissioners so far address you by pre-recorded video, and now we have another, Liliana Pavlova. She is not a commissioner, but she's the vice president of the European Investment Bank. She was formerly a minister for regional development and public works in the Bulgarian government of Boyko Borisov. She was also in the presidency of the European Council when Bulgaria had the presidency of the European Council. She was in charge of that committee from the Bulgarian government running that presidency. So as I said, since 2019, Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Madam Liliana Pavlova, by videotape.
Dear Ambassador Jackovich, dear President UMUNDUM, dear President LENNKH, dear Mr. LENNKH, Ambassador Dr. KIRTCHEVA, dear panelists, honorable ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to address you today at the Vienna Economic Forum, an event that became an important platform that fosters regional cooperation, economic ties, and solidarity. I hope that the messages we share today will resonate beyond this event, as we need to unite forces more than ever towards sustainable and prosperous Europe. The European Union has demonstrated its unwavering solidarity to help overcome unforeseen challenges in Europe and beyond during the past years. The EIB stood ready to deliver when the EU has faced joint challenges over the past decade. During the sovereign crisis and amidst the pandemic alike, the EIB was turned into a counter-cyclical economic policy instrument so that in times of a liquidity deficit, we could restart investments on the continent. Earlier this year, we have provided immediate support to Ukrainian government, and we are now teaming up with the European Commission in implementing the ambitious REPowerEU strategy that is going to fast-forward decarbonization of Europe and reduce dependency on Russian fossil fuels. The pandemic showed that united under Team Europe initiative, our action can be fast and broad-based, bringing global-scale impact in tackling one of the worst healthcare crises in the recent history. Outside the EU, the mandate for the EIB to provide loans is agreed between the European Commission, the EU Parliament, and the Council. For that, in May this year, we signed a new guarantee agreement with the European Commission to support up to 26.7 billion euro of EIB financial operations worldwide in sectors like clean energy, digital and transport infrastructure, health and education. More than two-thirds of this guarantee is planned for investments in enlargement and neighborhood countries. Following this aspiration, earlier this year, we launched a dedicated branch, EIB Global, for our operations outside of the European Union. The EIB Global is our dedicated arm, which includes a shift in our operating model, notably a reinforcement of our local presence. Under this new branch, we want to help the region benefit from the latest EU initiative, Global Gateway, aiming to mobilize up to 300 million euro for sustainable infrastructure projects across the world. This means more resources for financing and grants, more experts on the ground fully dedicated to local projects, and more partnerships in the region together with the European Commission and our partners. This has already helped increase our support for key education, transport, and environmental protection projects in the Western Balkan region. Through this partnership approach, we are delivering substantial support to Ukraine. Since the beginning of the war, we have approved over 1.7 billion euro for Ukraine to address the most urgent financial needs, and 4 billion euro for the EU countries that host Ukrainian war refugees. Along with addressing the current crisis, we have diligently continued to encourage climate, innovation and digitalization, SMEs and sustainability, which are at the heart of the EIB strategy. Accelerating these initiatives will lead to more resilient economies with higher energy and food security. We need to ensure just transition for all by coupling up climate objectives with the positive socioeconomic outcomes, preventing job losses and negative impacts on most vulnerable communities. This will be done through financing, policy engagement, and technical advice and knowledge sharing. The public sector, and SMEs in particular, will also need strategic support to increase their energy efficiency and green practices, which are still not sufficiently adopted among companies in the region of WEF member countries. Analysis shows that as much as 60% of total energy savings could be achieved in the less intensive sectors. According to the EIB Bank Lending Survey for Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe, published in June 2022, credit demand is expected to remain strong but with a different composition, favoring short-term liquidity needs at the expense of fixed investments. These trends might hamper firms' investment plans, which are key drivers for their growth and competitiveness. While sovereign-backed investments will play a crucial role for connectivity and the green transition, investment needs can ultimately only be met if private sector investments are mobilized on a sufficient scale. Targeted policy measures, together with increasing their capacities and access to finance, are the right way forward in tackling global challenges. Companies and public sector alike need massive financing support to become greener, more digitalized and innovative. To help mobilize more funds and expertise to meet all current and future challenges, we see partnerships are the right way forward. In this regard, facilitating the public-private partnerships through technical support to get the projects off the ground will also be one of our priorities. They can contribute to the development of public infrastructure and services, as well as to facilitate SMEs access to finance for investments in digital and green transition areas, sustainable cities, and human development. They can also help bridging the current fiscal gaps for the key infrastructure and private sector projects. The already mentioned challenges call for technological innovations and new approaches to ensure just transition and even access to resources. They also require innovative financial instruments to help develop the capital markets and support the private sector with increased access to finance, also with venture debt instruments and guarantees. EIB is supporting central banks in greening financial systems and commercial banks in green bond issuance, as well as through initiatives to provide local currency and blended finance. We have also introduced innovative credit lines with social and climate component to help companies move forward with climate and energy efficient projects and expand their workforce by employing people from vulnerable social groups. We have good examples of such cooperation with our host today, Raiffeisen Bank International, and their branches in several countries in the region. Let me conclude by saying that at this grave time for the world that threatens to disrupt the very foundations of our lives and economies, the only way forward is to advance with all activities that ensure a sustainable future for all. The EIB Group, together with the European Commission and other local partners, can play a decisive role in supporting the energy security, green transition, and competitiveness of the regional economies. We look forward to support our partners in the region and to discuss with you all possibilities for overcoming the existing challenges with our advisory and available financial support. Thank you very much for your attention.
Our thanks to Liliana Pavlova, the Vice President of the European Investment Bank. I'd like to introduce a person that I consider a special friend from a special country, from Turkey, Mr. Ahmet Burak Dagoglu, who is the President of the Investment Office of the Presidency of the Republic of Turkey. And Mr. Dagoglu, at the end of our day, in fact, will be given a special award by Ambassador KIRTCHEVA as our cooperation partner of the year for the Vienna Economic Forum. And this is appropriate. I was honored to attend a meeting in May in Istanbul that was co-sponsored by the Vienna Economic Forum and his group, the Investment Council of the Presidency of Turkey. And I must say, every last conceivable detail of this conference of this event was totally organized and beautifully organized. It was one of those times when you look and you say, well, nothing went wrong. Everything went exactly smoothly, thanks to his fine organization and the people in his organization. I can say that Turkey is a very, very important country for the entire region, not only historically, culturally, socially, commercially, politically. It is absolutely pivotal to every state that belongs in the Vienna Economic Forum orbit. And so, I would like to introduce to you Ahmet Burak Davutoglu.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you for joining us today, for joining the call of Ambassador Jackovich for 1 minute of silence. And thanks for standing for us. Thanks for standing with us. It was really meaningful for us. And thanks for being here today, for joining those discussions. And as Mr. Jackovich mentioned, Ambassador Jackovich mentioned, we had a meeting in Istanbul almost 6 months ago, and it was quite fruitful discussions. I think these are a continuation of those discussions. And I also have to thank to the Secretariat of the Forum, and I have to thank our host, RBI. They have a small office in Turkey as well, but very influential office. They did so many transactions in Turkey, so thanks for their contribution to my country as well. So today's topic is on the economy meets politics in difficult and uncertain times, and it is definitely related to the regional cooperation. So I would like to share my a few thoughts on this topic. When we participate in those global meetings, all those economic forums, the economic summits, conferences, there are some major themes globally. Everybody is speaking about deglobalization. So for the company side or the actors of the supply chains, there is a huge discussion on the nearshoring or reshoring, or recently it's called as friendly shoring with the context of the geopolitics, let's say. And at the same time, we are discussing so many challenges to be tackled, I mean, as all stakeholders, like sustainability, like digital transformation, or eliminating poverty, or empowering women or ladies in the society and in the business. So it's quite challenging to understand that, the context of, the global developments. And, on the other hand, we have, those challenges to be tackled. And we all agree that, I think, sustainability is not a solo effort. I mean, all the parties should involve in those, efforts together. But at the same time, we have, those globally fragmented structure, unfortunately, especially in the recent years. We are talking about a war in one of the WEF member countries in Ukraine. And just yesterday, there was a terror attack in Istanbul. So we believe that the regional cooperation was always important, but throughout time, it is getting more and more important. This is an area that we have to consider strongly. And this shouldn't be only political cooperation or economic cooperation. When we look at those challenges to be met, of course, the regional cooperation on logistic infrastructure, it's important for the resilience of the supply chain, which was the main topic for the last 3 years with the beginning of the COVID. Or we are going into a digital economy. So I think the importance of the data flow among countries is underappreciated now, or it is under-discussed, let's say. So we have to think our fields of cooperation, regional cooperation in different fields as well. So when we look at our forums, member countries, this regional cooperation effort is getting more and more important because every quarter we have a different agenda in the world, let's say, discussions. At the beginning of the year, it was Omicron, the new variant of COVID. Before ending the first quarter, we had a geopolitical crisis. In the second quarter, we were focusing on the geopolitical agenda, and in the third quarter now, everybody is talking about the central bank's policies. So how about our region, the Southeastern European region? Definitely we have to keep that cooperative environment alive, to have a robust geography with political field, in terms of economy, in terms of trade relations, in terms of investment relations. And just look at recent global investment figures. UNCTAD estimates that in the second quarter of this year, the FDI flow globally decreased 30%, which is a major decrease. So we were just about to recover from a COVID crisis, but now we are going into another crisis. So I think all those stakeholders, all the decision makers relevant to this topic has to make decisions, considering well-being of other parties as well. So how about our country? How about Turkey? We really give great importance to develop cooperations, regional cooperations. And just to give you a few examples, it was widely discussed in Istanbul talks. So Turkish companies invested in WEF member countries in the recent years around $3 billion US. And this is excluding contracting businesses. So this is corporate equity. Or another recent growing area was, it was also discussed in Istanbul, the entrepreneurship. In our region, in Southeastern Europe, entrepreneurship is an important area, and we have to make sure that entrepreneurs, founders of those startups has to access funding. Throughout the recent years, Istanbul became a major funding center for those startups, for those entrepreneurs. And when we look at the trade relations of Turkey with those WEF member countries, it's more than $30 billion. So I think these are substantial figures. So before ending my speech, I would like to highlight that we have a motto. President Erdogan always underlines that the world is bigger than five. Actually, this is a call for all countries to join, those global discussions, and there must be a way to, develop more inclusive policies, inclusive mechanisms to, for the decision-making processes globally. So for our motto, as the investment office, we say that Turkey is your resilient partner. So this is important for all stakeholders. Resiliency of supply chains, economies, companies, resilience of the households, I think. And this is our motto. We say that, Turkey is your resilient partner in your businesses. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I hope these discussions would contribute to stability, would contribute to increasing regional cooperation of WEF member countries. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Dogoglu. Of course, I forgot to mention that Mr. Dogoglu is also a member of the board of the Vienna Economic Forum. Dr. Achim Kaspar is also a member of the board, but he's the vice president of the Vienna Economic Forum. Since 2018, he's been the COO, Chief Operating Officer, and member of the management board of Verbund. And it's thanks to Verbund that we give thanks for their co-sponsorship of this event today. He's had a distinguished career in telecommunications, energy, working with Cisco Systems, MCI in the past, and now with Verbund. So we are very proud to have as our Vice President, Dr. Achim Kaspar.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are living in very interesting times, and when I followed the discussion, we heard very often the word sustainability and energy. And if I think about enhanced cooperation between the regions, economy and politics, what is more about to speak about energy? What is more about the electricity does not stop on the borders, the emissions of our coal plants and gas plants do not stop on the border. So I think energy policy is the right example to really cooperate in Europe on a global base. And if you all look on all the efforts what we have done in the last years on the Green Deal to get out the emission-free production, this now gets a new turbulence with the crisis in Ukraine and Russia. But before we are speaking about decarbonization of electricity, decarbonization of the industry, decarbonization of the transport systems, but now we have the problem that we are forced to do this much more faster than we expected to do so. Let's give you a short insight of Verbund. I think we were founded in 1947 after the Second World War, where we had the same situation than we have now. There was a big shortage of electricity, and there was a clear vision that the enforcement of industry and the economy only can move on if there's enough energy, electricity to have a sustainable development in the country. And looking at these times now, we're in the same situation. We have a lack of energy, we have a lack of electricity. And if we look to Verbund, we have built up in this very long time, about 70 years, 8,200 megawatt on capacity on hydrogen. We have a 97% emission-free production in Austria. We are representing 30 terawatt hours of electricity what we produce with hydropower. We only have one gas plant left. We had also coal power plants. We've all closed them down. The last we closed down in May 2020. So this was a big, let's say, event that we really put the last piece of coal to the museum. But what we are discussing now we are discussing, should we open up again and burn coal again? Why? Because there's a big shortage. And this is what we suffer for in our region and in whole Europe. Demand, supply. And this is what we have to understand. If we discuss about merit order, how the price comes, why are the prices so high? It's very simple. Because there's a shortage. We have to really understand this. The prices are that high because demand meets the market, and if there is less supply, the price goes up. So this is the key element of any macroeconomic lessons in the first hour. Understanding this, and I would say, very pleasant that Mr. Prime Minister KURTI spoke about all the developments in different countries, and especially in Kosovo. What is the key challenge for us now? We have to build up new production lines in renewable energy. It's solar, it's wind, it's also hydrogen. And if I look to the Austrian Agenda 2030 to be emission-free, we have to build up 11 terawatt hours on solar, 10 terawatt hours on wind, and 5 terawatt hours on hydropower. But what this means? It just means that our electricity production to meet 70 terawatt hours will be emission-free on a theoretical base. What we always forget, and this is what we already discussed, we need some storage. Because what is about if there is no wind and no sun? Where's the energy coming from? From our neighbor countries? I don't believe so. There is not enough capacity to export-import. If I just have this year was really a turmoil in Europe. Why? 70% of the atomic plants in France was under repair. France, who originally exports a lot of electricity to the other countries, imported the supply at the demand of Portugal and Belgium in 1 year. The hydropower had 15% less productivity due to this really hot summer. So this was really a terrible summer. And then the aggression in the Ukraine really decreased the delivery of gas up to 20% of the normal amount what we got from Russia. So you see, we are really on a tipping point about speaking about energy. We're on a tipping point to really discuss how we can really, in the future, really can build the capacity in terms of wind, solar, very quick, but do not forget storage. Do not forget the time when there's no sun, if there's no wind and less water. We need, at least for a couple of years, a bridge technology called gas power plants to really go the sustainable way to decrease fossil energy like oil, coal, and gas will be a bridge function till we have enough innovation that we can burn hydrogen. If we have enough capacity from wind and solar to get a whole sustainable system to really feed our society with energy and feed our industry and economy with enough energy to be productive in the competition between the global forces, Asia and US. Don't forget this. We are in a global competition and this will hold on. energy is one of the key productivity factors in the future. For sure, we know that we have also digitization. We have to be also there. But what is this digitization? Digitization is the skill with technology to get more efficient, but it will not really help us on the fundamentals in the energy policy. Having said this, I think we are on a good way when I look on what we have done. Even Verbund has doubled its capacity in the last year. We were starting 21 with 240 megawatt installed capacity and the new renewables, that means outside hydropower, because hydropower is the real renewable, don't forget about this. We have doubled this capacity due to a lot of expansions in other countries. We have made a big step in Spain. We are now really taking part in tenders in Albania, where we also are running 2 hydropower plants in Ashta. So I think Verbund has a clear commitment to move in other countries. We have installed capacity wind in Romania. So I think you see that energy is not a national thing. Energy is connected to each other, and I think this is my let's say my motto for this day. Really think about how you can really make rules, laws in your countries that is enabling. We have, I would say, there is a postulate that everybody wants to have new energy. But if it comes to the, let's say, to get all the permissions, then we have a lot of, let's say, hurdles to overcome. And if the hurdles are taking as long as it took to increase our network in Austria, that we decided to make a grid connection to Salzburg, and after 20 years we started to work. We don't have the time to do this again. We need quick decisions, we need clear rules, we need security for investments, otherwise we will not get the Green Deal together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kaspar. Mr. Vice President. I said earlier that we had 2 representatives from Montenegro. Nina Drakic is the president of the Montenegrin Chamber of Commerce since late last year. And in becoming that, coming into that function, she actually set 2 milestones, I would think. One is that, if I'm not mistaken, she is the first woman to assume that position in Montenegro. And at the time she assumed that position, she was the youngest person to become the chairman or the president of the Chamber of Commerce. She's an author. She has served on many government commissions dealing with competitiveness, privatization, anti-corruption, things of that nature. Montenegro, as you all know, is a very small country, as Foreign Minister RADULOVIC informed us, but on the other hand, the achievements have been very great. So, Mrs. Drakic, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Respected Ambassador Jackovich, dear Ambassador KIRTCHEVA, respected organizers, distinguished member of the board of the Vienna Economic Forum, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to greet you all and thank you for the invitation to speak at this conference dedicated to the dialogue about the future and perspective of our region and Europe. Montenegro is one of the founding countries of the Vienna Economic Forum, and moreover, the Chamber of Economy of Montenegro, which I represent, is a member of the board of this forum. These are important facts for my country, which is perhaps in some way today at the center of regional initiatives, primarily the economic, but to a certain extent even at the current political ones. In addition to our commitment to contribute to the recognition and relevance of the Vienna Economic Forum, at the same time it also represents the opportunity to receive valuable information in a timely and the best possible manner, those keeping us with the times and the accompanying economic challenges. This is an excellent opportunity for all Vienna Economic Forum member countries to share their views on the additional strengthening of cooperation in the economic and business community. The goals of the forum, which have been reflected on all the aspects of promoting regional economic cooperation since 2004, oblige us to do so. The topic of today's panel opens up issues not only of economic, but also of political cooperation, with a special focus on the right way to improve regional relations in the economic sphere from the Adriatic to the Black Sea, as it is written in the founding goals of this initiative. I want to emphasize that the business communities of our countries increasingly rely on the discussion and conclusions of such initiatives. They express the expectation that it is one of the ways to overcome the challenges and uncertainties which characterize today's political and economic moment, not only in the region, but in Europe as well. Responding to the question of what is the right way is impossible without recalling the traditional challenges that are accompanying the business community. First of all, these are the deficit of qualified and adequate labor force, especially in activities characterized by seasonality, inadequate transport infrastructure, starting from the internal to the interconnected one, all the way to underdeveloped energy network, which cause energy dependence and often endangers the proclaimed goals of environmental protection. Today, these challenges are followed up by damaged or broken supply chains, the energy crisis, high inflation rates, and of course, the threatened liquidity of the economy. Unfortunately, this is not all. During the unstable period, as a consequence of the mentioned challenges, it all led to the closure of economies and business within national frameworks in order to prevent the effect of the crisis to some extent. Therefore, the period of the current crisis caused the uncertainty and opened up many other related issues. For this reason, allow me to remind you again of the topic of this panel, the ways of improving regional cooperation in the economic and political sense. What is the right way when many agreed activities and defined agenda need to be changed today? We at the Chamber of Economy of Montenegro believe that this must become part of the common mechanism of recovery and resilience, especially in the Western Balkan region. Our region sees its future within the European Union, which is also the key goal of each of the Western Balkan countries. Therefore, I think that a strong reaction of the European Union is needed today more than in the previous decades. First of all, this refers to the economic encouraging with a defined agenda and deadlines for the implementation of the enlargement policy with even more generous direct aid. In this context, I would like to remind you that countries of the Western Balkans have an exceptional potential for investment in all areas of common interest. They are ready for strong infrastructural development through transport connectivity, which used to be and still is the goal of the most important initiatives, including Berlin process. The countries from the region are particularly suitable for investment in renewable energy projects. Today, the market is sending us clear signals that renewable energy sources projects are strategically important and profitable, and that such energy is equally needed by both the producers and those who consume it more than others, and are energy dependent on resources which don't meet sustainability requirements. Therefore, these projects should simultaneously become part of the clear agenda of investing in the region and connecting the region within its member, which would be a guarantee for achieving the overall market sustainability and long-term integration prosperity. Considering this topic more truly, I believe that we have an obligation to require the views of business community to be put into focus of decision makers' attention. Finally, the fact is that certain grants for projects of interconnection and development of renewable energy sources for the Western Balkan countries are announced. We see it as an important message that the European Union, despite numerous challenges, recognizes the European perspective of our region. I believe that these are the best instruments for the right path of strengthening the regional cooperation, that is the cooperation between all of us gathered under the umbrella of the Vienna Economic Forum. Hoping that by the next meeting we will achieve concrete, qualitative progress. I would like once again to thank you for the opportunity to talk today, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And once again, just to inform you that Madam Nina Drakic is also a member of the Vienna Economic Forum Board. Burak Bilge is our next speaker, and he is the chairman of the Turkish-Austrian Business Association under the umbrella of DEİK, which I think most of you know is the rather extensive network between Turkey and international business organizations. He has worked most of his professional life, I think it's true to say, in payment and credit card systems. He has been the director of payment systems at Garanti Bank, global manager of payment systems at Erste Bank, and now the CEO of Austria Card Turkey. So, Mr. Burak Bilge, also from Turkey.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jackovich, for this nice introduction. Dear Excellencies, Prime Ministers, Ministers, board members of Vienna Economic Forum, and Ambassador Ms. KIRTCHEVA, I'm very happy and honored to be here today addressing you, addressing this, very important round of discussions. As Mr. Jackovich said, I used to work in Erste Group for 6 years, so I was in charge of innovation and cards of Erste, where I worked 6 years in this country, also in charge of many Vienna Economic Forum states. So today I'm addressing you not rather as the DEİK chairperson of Austria-Turkey Business Council, but rather as a WEF friend for many years. Today I'm running Austria Card Turkey's operations in Istanbul. The company is very well known in the region. We have operations in Albania, in Romania, in Greece, in Turkey, in many other countries also. I'm very sure that you're carrying one of our cards and technologies in your wallets today. And of course, we're number one in Turkey, having a very important and significant market share. And among Austria Card states also, Turkey is by far the largest country that we're operating in, so we're happy, very happy as Austria Card, having invested into Turkish market. Also, a few words about DEİK. DEİK is established in 1986 as an organization, as a business diplomacy organization to conduct the foreign economic relations of the Turkish private sector, try to enrich international investments and trade relations, identify opportunities and challenges in international economic affairs. We have 150 business council. Almost every country is represented at DEİK. And 143 of those are bilateral trade organizations, such as the Austria Card and Turkey Business Council. And some of our members were today here. Vienna Insurance Group is a member of us in the Austria-Turkey Business Council, as well as a significant Austrian investments such as Post AG, which is represented as Raiffeisen in Turkey. So I'm really happy to also have them as our members in the Türkiye-Austria Business Council. Looking at the WEF, Vienna Economic Forum cooperation, it is very rightly said in the beginning by Commissioner Mariya Gabriel that after 2 world wars, cooperation helped European Union states or European states to heal. I think this is one of the key messages that I would take with me back to Turkey. The cooperation as well as the trade volumes between WEF states and Turkey amounts to $33 billion, which is also mentioned by the President Burak Dağlıoğlu. And we believe maintaining a regular dialogue to increase the trade volumes and to create reliable and sustainable partnership is very crucial. And we have 3,500 companies that are established, founded by WEF member states in Turkey. That's a significant figure. Austria leads it by more than 900 companies, but also Bulgaria, Ukraine, all those countries are significant investors also in Turkey. Also, on the contrary, as Burak Bey mentioned, we have got 3 million worth of investments in the WEF states as Turkey also. So I think this partnership spirit enables also us to move forward together as WEF members. And out of those 3,500 companies, 10% of them started doing business only in 2021, right after the pandemic. I think this shows the importance of nearshoring or friendly shoring, which has been underlined so many times during today's discussions. And also, a lot of those companies are doing logistics. So, I think this is another significant message that Turkey can be a very important hub for nearshoring and for logistics for the next years to come. Turkey has a free trade agreement with all the Western Balkan states. Also, this probably, boldly underlines the cooperation spirit that we're trying to establish within WEF states. COVID-19 pandemic and the Russian-Ukrainian war, followed by high inflations we see everywhere around the world, shook the business world to its fundamentals, and for the last 2-3 years we saw the collapse of supply chains all around the world. And this risks, of course, the global supply chains, and as well as increases other business risks that we are all aware of. As payments producer, we are confronted with those challenges, especially with the chip crisis that we're all having. Us as well as MNOs and car manufacturers probably are affected the most out of this. And there's one more thing, as been stated many times, is the digital agenda. I think A1 CEO also mentioned that the countries that are digitally more literate will be able to move forward faster than the others and create solutions to the problems. We also believe in that, and also European Union's digital agenda that has been stressed by Commissioner Mariya Gabriel also is another message I would like to convey. Turkey has created 2 decacorns over the last years. Decacorns means a startup that has been valued more than $10 billion. One of them is Getir, which is present in many countries in Europe as well as around the globe. Trendyol is another one. And we have also many unicorns like Hepsi Burada, Dream Games, Peak Games, and I'm sure we will have more in the upcoming years. And unicorns means a valuation of over $1 billion. For a startup, these are significant amounts. I think this helps also the youngsters and also the economy to flourish. Startup Genome report has ranked Istanbul the 15th, top 15th in the top 100 emerging ecosystems, and we are, by attracting $1.5 billion, number 9 in the European Union with regards to the investments that has been attracted to the startups. I think this is another cooperation area that we should work on with WEF states, and this is what I also stressed last time when we had the meeting in May in Istanbul. And I think this is not a surprising success on behalf of Turkey. I would say we have more than 70 million active mobile banking customers. There are 555 active fintech financial technology companies, startups, and 56 accredited challenger banks, e-money companies. And these are all adding up to the innovation climate of Turkey. Another thing that has been stressed so many times, I'm not an expert, but still I would like to underline that fact. The energy dependency is a critical issue for most of the countries, in Europe as well as in the world, I would say. It might be the right time to start thinking on producing green hydrogen together, and green energy partnerships can be a silver lining for the energy security of our region, I believe. I would like to mention the potential of the energy industry and the sector for Turkey too. We are number 12th with regards to the solar energy potential, and number 5 in Europe. And with regards to the installed renewable energy capacities, Turkey is now producing 35% of its entire energy needs from solar panels and from renewable energy sources. Thank you for having me today. I'd like to end by referring to what Ms. KIRTCHEVA stated. Where there is a will, there is always a way. And with the with the economic partnership and the cooperations that we will be having among WEF states, I'm sure we will be tackling the challenges ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bilge. I think the next presentation will be extremely interesting. for everyone. It's coming from Teodora Georgieva, and the reason I say this is because of the mention that Ambassador KIRTCHEVA made of the importance of energy supplies, and we all know the importance of, these days especially, pipelines and energy supplies. Teodora Georgieva is the executive officer and member of the board of ICGB, which is Interconnector Greece and Bulgaria. She's a former managing director of Nabucco in Bulgaria, 2012 to 2014, former managing director of OMVAL Bulgaria, and I think you will find her presentation extremely interesting from not only the standpoint of pipelines in general, but the particular relevance that it has to our economies today. So, Teodora Georgieva, please.
So thank you very much, Mr. Jackovich, for the nice presentation. Dear Excellencies, dear Prime Minister, dear member of the boards, I'm very much honored being, let's say, invited here to this event by Her Excellency Mrs. KIRTCHEVA. So I really appreciate to have the honor to share, let's say, our story for Interconnector Greece-Bulgaria, which has been partially shown now. Before me starting my presentation, I would like to go back to what also Her Excellency Ambassador KIRTCHEVA has mentioned. So she made some references which are very good as a bridge to our project, means Nabucco project, which I was also responsible for, and was the lessons learned, because it was really a very important project at that time. And I couldn't imagine something like this, to abandon such an important project to happen in the, let's say, in an environment like today's. So I also think that we should have some lessons learned from this project and from, let's say, for the overall EU, let's say, umbrella and thinking. It is also has something to do with what's going on now with the Russia war and with Ukraine, because I also think that okay, on one hand, Bulgaria definitely was left to be much more dependent, almost 100% from one sources, but it is obviously not only applicable for Bulgaria, but also for European Union, because we may, now the bottom line is that let's say European Union is suffering something like 50, 60 BCM, which is a kind of not easily to catch up, so still dependent on Russia. So I think here that we should really make a kind of learning also from this, because we have been living in a kind of convenient environment without provoking us to think about future. So it is a good learning what's going on now, and it has been also said, also has been mentioned by Verbund CEO that we should be quicker, swifter in our decisions, because there is no time, and which, let's say, the situation is quite dynamic. And okay, before, let's say, jumping on the project, again, although there was very much references similar, but IGB is really a good example of a public-private, let's say, entity, which is a kind of showing that without will, there is no, if there is a will, there is a way, let's say, which is combining a kind of political will with also corporate consistency. So now coming back to the power station. So IGP, as mentioned, it is so it has a, let's say, complex infrastructure, shareholder structure. We do have 50%. It is owned by Bulgarian Energy Holding, behind which we do have Ministry of Energy, and also we do have 50% belong to IGI Poseidon, which represented by Greek government and DEPA itself, and also 50% belong to Edison, who has, let's say, there is a great ownership also of EDF there. So it's a complex organization, but on one hand, it is a kind of ensuring the consistency and stability, which definitely help on the way. So I joined, I mean, I would like to explicitly mention that I joined 2015. Yes, the project has started 2019, mainly driven by the crisis. And at that time, it was, there was no final investment decision, and it was of crucial importance, especially, let's say, seeing even the shareholder structures that on the top of importance of this project for energy security and diversification, we do have also, let's say, needs to be economically sustainable. So nothing has been done by this date. So 2015 was a crucial year because there was a kind of indicators which are the preconditions, okay, pre-FID, if I should say, in order this project to happen. Then, mostly next slide. So what was the main challenge here is to make this project as competitive as possible. So we are proud to say that we are still within, let's say, the budget at the very beginning, which is at the level of 253 million euro, out of which we do have, let's say, we are struggling from 2015 to 2018, mainly to optimize the structure in a way to have more grants, and also to have a higher debt, which we succeeded by having long-term financing by European Investment Bank. So that's the structure which somehow also allows this project to happen. 2018 was of crucial importance because we let's say, succeeded to have all these grants. We were somehow in the hands of European Union because we do have first permission for exemption, which is a kind of must for having some regulatory status. So we are exempted project, 50% from third-party access, 100% from tariff. So this has happened during 2018. We received additional 39 million euro under structural funds for Bulgaria because being exempted, it's not so hard to take some grant. And also we do have, it was also a challenge to have this, to pass through very rigorous assessment under European Investment Bank, and let's say we passed through due diligence, and we have been a kind of process have been finalized 2019. Next slide, please. Yeah. So before jumping to project completion, I could say that we do have really lots of hurdles on the way. We are also assigned to be a sectorial assigner, means that we run all procedures under Public Procurement Act, and being such a geopolitical project, you might imagine that we have been, let's say, challenged on the way by various appeals, which might not be even by companies that are able to, let's say, to meet the selection criteria of all tenders that we launched. We launched tenders for owner engineering, EPC contract, line pipe, and okay, we are kind of able to finalize and put everything in place in 2019, being late at least year and a half, mainly driven by some appeals. We even reached to some, let's say, attempts also with my colleagues who is sitting here to change legislation in order to avoid this, at least for the future, let's say, investors. But it was definitely not an easy time, but we made it. So, okay, 2019 was another year. So October 19 we started the construction. So at that time you can imagine that 2020. So there was not so much candidates, at least two at the end, and we do have we finished with having one Greek company in charge. So what we may say is that in 2020 we have been, let's say, the EPC contractor has been hit by COVID, and then supply chain, which has been mentioned also today, and which slowly. So I also could say that independently from the fact that we didn't, let's say, our EPC contractor didn't meet the deadline, we finished really on time, and it has been helped very much by what's going on also by war in Ukraine. So I think that at that time, let's say, the importance of project IGB has been much more understood than before. And also the need and the necessity of having this project on board, because we are talking really a project which is a kind of representing the consumption of Bulgaria. So we are developing currently a 3 BCM project, which, okay, if somebody could have asked me before, let's say everybody believes that, okay, it's not going to be easily fulfilled. Currently we do have 50% already booked capacity, and we are going to offer the other 50. So here you can see, let's say, some parts of the construction itself. Although smaller scale, we do have complex construction with, you saw on the video, we have HDD crossing, which is very difficult, 1,650 meters. We have another 550 from Mariya crossing. So it was really a kind of engineering challenge also. On the top of this, we have above ground installations like 2 gas metering stations, 8 block valve stations. So it was definitely not an easy process also during the construction, and that, okay, this supply chain and COVID impacted. Nevertheless, I could say that we are happy to say that we finalized the project very successfully, and 1st of October there was a ceremony which combines really high level efficiency, into which was like a culmination, ensuring also the importance of this project, and also a kind of gratitude to everybody who was part of ICGB project. So you can see here that there was Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen, also several, let's say, a lot of presidents with the president of Bulgaria, president of LENNKH also. We do have a president from, let's say, Serbia, and we do have 2 prime ministers, both in Romania and Greece. So it was really high-level officials being at one place 1st of October, ensuring, so few hours before we started, let's say, gas started to flow. So it was a kind of culmination, which is really, let's say, something that shouldn't be forgotten, and which is also showing that it is like a new era, new energy change for everybody. So I could say that being responsible for this project, although having decades of experience, it was really the challenging, one of the most challenging time in this in the career path, mainly driven by, as I mentioned, this kind of to integrate interests and to push everybody in one and the same direction, despite all the hurdles. So it's a cause for Bulgaria, it's a cause for the region, and let's say being happy to be part of. Next slide, please. So you can see here, so what I missed to mention is that one-third of this, book capacity is coming from Azerbaijan, Caspian Sea, and it is by connecting Caspian Sea pipelines with IGB in Komotini, we become part of Southern Gas Corridor, and it is the only connection in Bulgaria. So being part of it, we can ensure really energy supply and diversification of sources for the first time. And obviously now very much important also for Bulgaria, but it is of tremendous importance also to import and to use this as a good path to supply gas from vertical corridor, means Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Austria, Baumgarten. On the top of this, there is quite synergy with Trans-Balkan pipeline, which is the one from Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova, Ukraine, especially in this difficult time. I believe also from 2016, when we make promotion, we promoted Ukraine, but never knowing that it will be so applicable like today. So on the top of this, there is a lot of synergy also with energy terminals, especially the one in Greece, which is not yet ready, Alexandroupolis, which is not far away, and I think that it is also having a lot of importance for, let's say, boosting diversification of sources. Now we are both connected with TAP and DESFA, and with TAP, I think that we can have really a huge development and be fulfilled even earlier than expected. So here you are seeing that we do have, it is, I think that I repeatedly, I have already mentioned this, that one-third of the quantities for 25 years is based on Azerbaijan contract, but we do have another 500 which is mixed from our shareholders and also one American provider. And on the top of this, ESA, we do have lots of synergy with being connected with DESFA and boosting, let's say, boosting also opportunities for LNG gas from Qatar, from USA, and from all type of sources. So that's why it's important. And let's say, offering the other 50% of capacity, we may be proudly say that we do have some newcomers and new users in the network. So I think that slowly we, let's say, the users of the networks are going to increase, and we are fully, next slide please, we are already a member of ENSOC calendar, and that's what could proudly share as well. And being part of ENSOC calendar, we are following fully, let's say the terms that we offer, different type of capacity, monthly, quarterly, yearly. We are going to offer on July, next July. Next slide. And so you can see that it is fully transparent, and you're going to, everybody could see on a detailed level how much gas has been transmitted from our pipeline. Yes, it's again, so, okay, I think that I have mentioned that there is 50% left capacity. And okay, I would like, this is the end of the presentation, so that's much more. There are questions, of course, I'm ready to answer, but mostly later on. But thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share, let's say, IGB adventure and a new era of energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Georgieva. Dr. Gabriel Lansky is a member of the board of the Vienna Economic Forum. He's chairman of Lansky Gansker partner attorneys in Vienna, Bratislava, Baku, Astana. Has an extensive network of lawyers and commercial experts that work for him in various places. Many of you don't know he's been active most of his life in human rights organizations, Amnesty International, Reporters Without Borders. Truly a universal figure. In fact, let me tell one anecdote, with your indulgence, Gabriel. If I may tell you one anecdote, and I caution you, this is a true story. I was traveling, and I was in southeastern Europe. I will not mention the country or mention the person that I was having a conversation with. And I was saying, you know, Lansky told me this, and I met with Lansky, and Lansky told this and said this and whatever. And the person stopped me and he said, Victor, Lansky is a foundation. Lansky is a concept. Lansky is a network. It's a big thing. It's like IBM or Chase Manhattan or Lockheed Martin. You don't talk to Lansky. And I looked at the person and I said, you know, actually there is a person by the name of Gabriel Lansky. And yes, everything you said about his network is true, but there's a guy, a single guy who runs it, who founded it, who operates it. And here is that guy, Dr. Gabriel Lansky.
Victor, thank you so much. I disagree. Dear colleagues from the board, dear Elena, dear members of our Vienna Economic Forum, I need to break two main taboos of actual situation and also, of course, of this conference. The first one is that I want to be a little bit more pessimistic than the mainstream of this session. Not because I love to be pessimistic, but because I have the impression that it's like this. And the second taboo, which I think is necessary to be touched and discussed in such a brilliant forum, is the understanding that the actual situation in the world does not give permission to neutrality. And as Prime Minister KURTI said, there is no room for neutrality. And honestly speaking, with all due respect, I fully disagree. And I will explain why. The topic of this panel is enhanced cooperation between regional economy and politics. I want to broaden this focus a little bit because the most important issues today affect global as well as regional cooperation, and it is not possible to restrict our analysis to the regional aspects of this issue. A combination of the war in Ukraine and the wide-ranging sanctions has produced a range of new challenges which have global implications and are not at all restricted to Southeastern Europe. Among the new challenges, it is the economic sanctions whose universal impact, which it has in spite of the theory of the Union, is most visible and discernible. Countries in our region, and this is the second point I want to address, they are affected differently by Western sanctions on Russia. It is not true that it is one bloc. Of course, the European Union states and their enterprises and their individuals are bound. They have to follow the sanctions. It's a question of law and it's a question of politics, and this is the situation. Secondly, there are furthermore countries that the European Union considers should comply with its sanctions because they are candidate countries such as Serbia, North Macedonia or Albania. But they are not obliged to do so. It's about politics and decision. In the third group of countries, there are, and their industries and companies, or it's overlapping of course, they need to decide if they follow UK sanctions, United States sanctions, and so on. The earliest sanctions in the context of the Russia-Ukraine conflict have been applied against Russia, as we know, by the United States and the Union, beginning with 2014. The more recent sanctions against Russia from February 22 have been much sharper, stronger, wider-ranging, and are intended to cripple the Russian economy. These include sanctions related to individual, banking, financial services, exports and imports, insurance companies, transport, and so on. Russia has taken its own steps to reduce the economic pain and also applied counter-sanctions. Coming right after the COVID pandemic, the wide-ranging sanctions and the counter-sanctions have severe impacts on inflation, on rising debt levels, on energy crisis, producing and enlarging global food security crisis with risk of further political instability, supply chain issues, and turmoil in currency and financial markets. However, the global system is showing signs of fraying and disunity, not of unity. It's not one way to see it. Countries including China, Argentina, South Africa, Mexico, Indonesia, Turkey, and Serbia have issued public statements against the sanctions. They do not believe that the sanctions against Russia can serve any purpose, and they will not participate in them. Let's face it, if we want it or not, it's not one world in this context. Those are many worlds. European Union media do not really see it, obviously. But it is like this. If you read international press, there's no discussion about that. It's like that. Several other countries have adopted a neutral stance and not joined the sanctions without any official statements about the same. And they will not, because their interests do not go parallel with the interests of the European Union and the United States. Let's face it, it's wrong to simulate unity. It's not. Next point. What fallout of the political and economic order can we expect from the Russia sanctions? Let me go a little bit deeper into this. What are the general trends which are to be observed? A, the extensive usage of sanctions against the developing world is damaging the quest for a rules-based order. Let's face it, this what happens in parts of the sanctions is not going to be accepted by the third world. It's not. Just see how they react on the questions of sanctions which reach the fertilizer industry and harm by this the prices of grain and increase the world food, the famine. You can easily reconstruct how the third world leaders react to this. Thanks God, Turkey organized in June this year a deal under the umbrella of the United Nations concerning fertilizer. It was Turkey who was able, with a very important diplomatic approach, to make the first deal between Ukraine and Russia. This shows how necessary a certain neutrality and a certain mediator role is. We need mediators because otherwise the consequences will be dramatic. China, next point, will try to further insulate itself against sanctions. China will step up these efforts and they are in the middle of an economic big competition with the United States, and they will not go out of that. So there is a clear, significantly seek to develop partnerships with sanction resilience as the common theme. And next point, the dollar-based reserve and cross-border payment system is going to face pressure. The United States, the US dollar is still by far the world's most important reserve currency, but its share in global currency reserves has come down from about 70% to about 59% in the last 20 years. In the context of the Ukraine war, there are concerns that the dollar payments facilitate aggressive sanctions, and many alternative arrangements are designed to trade with Russia by India, China, Brazil, and others. Such arrangement could institutionalize to the extent that bilateral and regional trade in different parts of the world will permit increased usage of alternative currencies. Additionally, Russia and China have announced interest in developing a BRICS reserve currency to counter the US hegemony of the International Monetary Fund. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia is considering accepting Chinese yuan from Beijing for its oil, and India is paying Russian oil in rubles. While the dollar is not going to be replaced as the main reserve and cross-border trade currency anytime soon, but the dominance of the dollar-based system is slowly eroding. What does this mean? The negative impact of the Russia-Ukrainian war and attendant economic sanctions have been seen in different parts of the world. raising a new set of challenges. Public opinion in our countries, even if we would like to that it be, is different. It's not uniform. It is divided over the conceptualization and the implementation of modern sanctions. And by the way, sanctions research, scientific research about effect of sanctions show that they have maximum 30% of effect in the history since the beginning of the existence of sanctions, beginning with the 1950 something. The unintended consequences of the sanctions, particularly to the global south and the developing world, have led to a condemnation of Western countries and an increased attractivity of potential alternative systems. Let me come to the most important point in my view. With the question, could the global regime of trade and commerce break apart, and what would this mean? Discontent with the system governing our globalized economy and attempts to create alternatives are nothing new. First, already today a group of pariah states is almost shut out of the Western economic order. Russia, North Korea, Iran, and others have every reason to build parallel systems, and they do. And Western sanctions do not seem to weaken the elites' hold on power of influence their policy as we would want. I am deeply sure that partially the Western sanctions, not so much, the American is different, it's more science, it's more science or knowledge based. But the European sanctions, they help Putin's Russia and not the opposite. Second, developing countries and emerging economies have criticized that its rules favor the global north, which it does. This was again seen in the context of the pandemic when supply chains broke down and vaccines were scarce. Today, Western sanctions on Russia led to a food and energy crisis and massive inflation in many countries. This leads to further estrangement from the Western order and a turn towards China and India, who are arguing for a more just system. Third, coming to China. China has 2 decades attempted to court emerging economies and the developing world with an alternative vision. I invite you to read in the Foreign Affairs, last Foreign Affairs, an article from Mr. Kerr, the former Prime Minister of Australia, about Xi Jinping. And you will read there how different the perception of China is in serious media. How clear Mr. Kerr, as far as I remember his name, is analyzing that Xi Jinping is not a kind of strange totalitarian guy who doesn't know what he does. He's completely convinced about his Marxistic ideology and he will follow that. And there's absolutely no idea to bring him away of that. Beijing has presented itself as a donor and financier of infrastructure without all the conditions applied under the Western system. There is no need to implement political reforms, liberalize the economy, or apply Western ideals of societal standards in return for Chinese credits and investments. They don't ask for it. And the receivers, they appreciate it. China is the rising power in the international system with a strong incentive for creating an alternative trade order. And it has never fully adhered to the current rules. And it will not. Itself targets of becoming a peer competitor with the United States, which means that increased competition between the Western camp and China is highly likely, and it is not going to diminish, it will increase. Sorry for this pessimism, as I said before, but let's face the truth. China's infrastructure projects have saddled governments unsustainable debt loads and created little local value creation, political dependency and other issues. Yes, they did. Such concerns are visible from Montenegro to Sri Lanka, where Chinese debt is suffocating, and in Angola or Congo, which have to repay Beijing investments in natural resources far below the current sky-high market values. And in spite of all this, they are used. These credit lines are used. And the policy which is done is successful. Are we heading now, and this is the main message which I wanted to deliver. It is not a message, those are questions. Are we heading towards a world with parallel competing trading orders or blocks? I'm afraid yes. on a middle range. It's not one world anymore. And the world is new since 24th February of this year. We have one Western group. If you count the inhabitants together, it's not much more than 2 billion people. And the rest is obviously in another camp. We are the minority. And I'm not sure that we are the stronger minority. We are a minority. And whatever we means. There's one centered in China, maybe the second world, maybe it's the rest of the world. Perhaps another one is based on the Russians-Iran axis of the devil states, or whatever, whoever feels to call them however he likes. And the main question is, where would the rest of the world stand in this system? Where would it stand? One is certain, not in the Western camp. It is possible that in the long term we are headed in this direction, but it's early to tell now how. What is certain now is that the war in Ukraine and the Western sanctions has catalyzed as a reshaping of the geo-economic landscape. I'm coming to an end. However, now it is not a time when the world should be divided into separate economic spheres. We need cooperation and coordination between politics and the economy more than ever. Not only in the light of the war in Ukraine and elsewhere, but also regarding issues such as global health, food security, climate change, environmental degradation, and much more. Let me close in quoting Secretary General Guterres from last Friday when he warned, and I fully agree. I'm quoting now, "We must avoid at all costs the division of the global economy into two parts, led by the two biggest economies, the United States and China. Two different sets of rules, two dominant currencies, two internets and two conflicting strategies on artificial intelligence would undermine the world's capacity to respond to the dramatic challenges we face." I have nothing to add to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lansky. Always very penetrating, insightful analysis from Dr. Lansky. And we're very proud that he has the time with all of his activities to continue to be a member of the Vienna Economic Forum Board. Nikolai Tsenkov, also from Bulgaria. Nikolai Tsenkov, a member of the board of the Vienna Economic Forum. He is the manager of the Municipal Guarantee Fund of Sofia, which, as I understand it, finances startup companies, medium-sized enterprises, small enterprises, and a lot of other associations. He is a prolific author, and his latest book, Triumphut na Masite, The Triumph of the Masses, as you can imagine from the title, talks to the frustration of European publics, the frustration of European citizens, the rise of populism. Nikolai Tsenkov.
Thank you for the kind words, Ambassador Jackovich. Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends. At the end of this session, let me share with you a brief statement about one simple but very important observation I would like to share with you. This is the observation that geography is a destiny. You can change the political system. You can change the international agreements. You can even change the borders. But one you cannot change is the geography. Dictators know this very well, and that's why they want new territories. Reasonable people also know this very well, that geography is a destiny. That's why they try to make business of it. We, the Eastern Europeans, have experienced that geography is a destiny many times, for good and for bad. If you take a look back in the history, you will see that the most significant human achievements are indeed a result of regional cooperation. It's simple. Villages united towns, towns in provinces, provinces in regions, regions in countries, and countries in unions. Talking about our common union, the European Union, we often have to admit that, of course, Brussels is the wallet of Europe. Sometimes it's brain, but less and less it's heart. That's why Europeans today feel more divided than ever. Only 47% of the EU citizens declare that they trust the European Union. And do you really think that initiatives like Green Deal and ECG strategies are indeed the solutions for the current problems of the European? There are 4 macro-regional strategies adopted so far. Danube strategy, Baltic, Adriatic, Alpine strategy. My dear colleagues, I would be quite surprised if anyone in this room can give me a name of even one single strategic project implemented so far in the frames of one of these. Let us remind ourselves that the decline of the empires, for example, the Roman Empire, starts from Rome, from the center, from the capital, and after that come the barbarians. The origin of decline is not technical, economic, or military. The origin of decline is spiritual. European societies are not facing only economic and political challenge, but a cultural and psychological too. For the past 3 decades, the EU was illusioned by the idea of a post-war continent. Well, we discovered that this is not true anymore. In the last 15 years, the EU demonstrated its capacity to adjust. From the global financial crisis to the refugee crisis to Brexit, COVID, Europe became more integrated. But these events also triggered strong nationalist forces within member states. The Russian aggression in Ukraine brought back all the previous crises Europe has faced. Economically, the war shares common futures with the global financial crisis and the COVID crisis. On migration, Ukraine ushered twice as many migrants compared to the migration followed by the Syrian war. Each of these crises divided the EU. The global financial crisis in the classical North and South divide, and the migrant crisis in East-West fracture. Now, paradoxically, with the Russian war in Ukraine, the divide occurred within the eastern part of Europe. The invasion of Ukraine changed Europe's political geography, moving the center of gravity to the east. The critical importance of Balkans goes beyond its geographical dimensions. And I think that this is the only area of European foreign policy in which EU is in the back seat of the car. When exactly Western Balkans are going to be EU member states? In 10 years, in 20 years, in 50 years? Well, who knows? So, my point is that when the political leadership is not strong enough, the economic partnership should be on the front seat of the car. Businessmen are often better ambassadors than the politicians. Europe's biggest problem is not its relations with the outside world, but the relationships with its own countries. That is why the regional cooperation is the best approach. And when I talk about networks and sequesters of company, that this is the best diplomacy. I don't mean only transaction and money transfer. This network is vital because it is grounded on human relations. Yeah, that is why it is absurd that there still is no railway road between Sofia and Skopje, a project which started in 19th century. Yeah, indeed. I also really can't find a meaningful explanation why the Pan-European Corridor 8 is still not working. Well, on the other hand, we have IGB, the good example. So this is the good example for regional cooperation. But yes, that is my point, that geography is a destiny, but it could be a good one. Depend on us, on our will and our way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tsenkov from Bulgaria. Elena Čakarova is the director of the Austrian Institute for Europe and Security Policy, AIES. She's also the founder of something called FACE. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but it stands for a Conscious Experience here in Austria. Basically, she's done a tremendous amount of research, writing, and analysis in the security field primarily for the Ministry of Defense here in Austria, studies in current trends dealing with China, Russia, Ukraine, and Eastern Europe. And I think it's very interesting because, as I told you, this is a platform with many different kinds of speakers. But with Elena Čakarova, we have yet another dimension, I would say, a speaker with vast experience in the security field, coming from Eastern Europe, working right here in an Austrian institute. Elena Čakarova, please.
Thank you very much for this very kind way of introducing me, Ambassador Jackovich. Thank you, Ambassador KIRTCHEVA, for inviting me for the very first time. I hope not the last time. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and dear board members. It is a great pleasure, and it is a very tough challenge, as I am the last speaker. And I know that we are already ahead of our time, and we have a award ceremony and a lunch. And yet, I will really want to use the time in the best way I could. As you can see, I haven't prepared a speech. I have been listening very carefully to every one of you, and I will try to make a sense of it. Now, being a geopolitical analyst, I always look at the systems level. I apply systems analysis, and I would like to draw your attention to some of the mega trends that are relevant, of course, to us Europeans, all of us, and I mean, of course, institutions, businesses, companies, and citizens, because this is one of the first main differences that distinguish us, probably from the rest of the world. We are all in the same boat. We try to always come up with a kind of a compromise in which institutions, decision makers, business representatives, and citizens are included. And yes, it may look a little bit messy and a little bit of complicated process, but in the end, as we saw from the pandemic waves, the way how we tackled the pandemic, we actually come up with a sustainable solution that works for everyone. Now, some of the main systemic shifts and processes were named throughout the sessions. We've heard again and again about energy transition, digital transition, fourth industrial revolution, transition in the global monetary and financial system, And then, of course, all of this is relevant for our businesses, for the companies that try to survive, adapt to uncertainty. And we also know that the only certainty in global affairs is actually the uncertainty. Change is the only constant in life. So allow me to point to several trends that I think will be equally relevant for our European Union institutions and our businesses. And of course will affect the life of our citizens. And this goes, of course, beyond the Atlantic, as we are also one and the same transatlantic family. So the first, of course, important megatrend is what I've been arguing for quite some time now, even before the pandemic, is the bifurcation of the global system. Now, we've heard today about the unprecedented globalization cycle, the last one. It has not been the first, it will not be the last one, but the last unprecedented globalization cycle, following the collapse of the Soviet Union, following this push coming from the West, practically resulted in kind of a new systemic level of global affairs that merged all of the relevant socioeconomic networks, the ones derived from global financial and monetary issues, from the global energy. Now we have globalized markets, as we all know, and we heard about, the discrepancy about demand and supply, but also, of course, global trade and economy, with all the relevant sub-players and the international and regional institutions that are the pillars of these socioeconomic networks. Now, nobody can tell us what the outcome of this bifurcation will be. We haven't had this phenomenon before. Bifurcation means splitting of the system in two, and some of the participants already pointed to some of the relevant developments. At the top of the system, we have two centers of power, and they try to dominate, to control, to facilitate also the required supply chains and networks that will serve, of course, their national interests. And this is what is happening. Now, what it means for us, for Europe, what it means for Turkey, what it means for all these regional players that do not want to be caught in a binary world. How will they position themselves? And I think that this is probably one of the positive messages. Yes, I agree with the projections that Europe, the European Union, in terms of global trade and economic power will be shrinking because the numbers are not lying. Demography, projections in terms of GDP, all of these point to this direction. And yet, we will be still having a very significant voice. And I think that we can actually win other regional partners during this journey. Other regional partners such as India. India was mentioned. India also does not want to be caught in a binary world, in one in which the military tensions with China will be growing, because India is projected to become world economic power number 3. It already took over from UK as economic power number 5. So once again, yes, we have this eastwards global power shifts, and Europe is affected, obviously, by the full-scale war launched by Russia on February 24th. And here again, I have a very different view from what was expressed by other participants. I argue that Russia, understanding the complexity of this transitionary period in global affairs, actually sided with one of these centers of power before it took the decision to launch a full-scale war. And by siding with one of the two systemic players, the Russian president sought to position Russia practically as a first-tier country immediately after the two systemic rivals, basically to become an indispensable geopolitical player, a wild card in the newly emerging systemic competition. And as we saw Russia failed in that, and we have to do everything possible to prevent Russia from succeeding and winning. But it is also a signal for exactly this kind of global system shifts, and it's not going to be the last one. So, to sum it up, the positive out of the negative trends in terms of uncertainty is that a deglobalization cycle, a bifurcation, means also a surge in regionalization, and this is what we have been observing also on the old continent. This means also that a lot of bottom-up opportunities emerge because businesses, as I said, companies, corporations do not want to get to be confronted with either-or choices. And I argue that institutions need to be prepared for exactly that kind of moment when it comes to try to provide the necessary support for the companies to not really take sides. And of course, what is also uncertain is the outcome of this systemic competition. I wouldn't say confrontation. We had already once a Cold War in which, thankfully, it did not result in a direct military confrontation, and once again, this painful process may actually result in a kind of a new systemic coexistence, but painful because of the partition of these really well globalized networks. And yet, of course, as it was also mentioned, a neutral terrain will be needed. It will be required for those regional partners that are currently engaged in fluid ad hoc constellations, trying, of course, to have business with everyone and, of course, also political ties, to also show the necessary wisdom to not get further antagonized by the systemic competition and then provide a necessary soil for discussions, for talks, for negotiations, because otherwise it may also result in a violent decoupling. And this is, of course, a scenario that we all, I argue, want to avoid by all means, because violent decoupling would, of course, mean separation, will mean more incentive to be engaged in military conflicts in third parts of the world, and also pursue own interests at the cost of others. So this is, of course, a scenario that we all want to avoid, and we want to avoid it by all means. Now, final remarks on my side. When it comes to the geoeconomic side, because this is, of course, more interesting than the geopolitical side of the current systemic processes, it is also important to understand that countries are meanwhile able to weaponize a lot of the geoeconomic means. And this is actually what happened with Russia. Yes, we've heard about the one side of the story regarding the Western sanctions, but I argue that when it comes to the food, fertilizers, and energy as being actually weaponized by Russia, all of these three important layers were already in a situation of an increased inflationary scenario prior to the war. And as we know, wars are always inflationary. In fact, I argue that Russia used this perfect geoeconomic environment to launch a non-kinetic war against Europe on the 24th of February. Non-kinetic means under the threshold of a military conflict. And in fact, all of this spectrum, food exports embargo, was already happening before the 24th. Fertilizers skyrocketed by more than 200% since 2020. And of course, energy, as we know, and we have all observed, was also weaponized by the partial embargo in the time then after the war began. So what I'm trying to say is that we have to be also cautious, and of course businesses need to develop a clear understanding about the geopolitical and geoeconomic risks linked directly to the behavior of states and organizations with an important international relevance, because in an interconnected world, everything can be weaponized. And since we are already in this scenario of bifurcation, what may come from the systemic competition is going to affect, once again, of course, those that are least prepared. To conclude, Fourth Industrial Revolution. Let me remind you that in the previous two waves of the industrial revolutions, the power that emerged victorious out of riding the wave of the industrial revolution became also a global power. This was the case with Great Britain. This was also the case with the United States. Who is going to become victorious this time while riding the wave of the Fourth Industrial Revolution? And what, once again, is the place of Europe? This is a rhetorical question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I can think of no better way to have a final address by anyone than what we just heard from Elena Čakarova. And yes, I think it's a foregone conclusion that in the future when we organize our events, you will be welcome to provide your insights once again. I'd like you to remain seated for a short while because we would like to show a short video, very short, about some of the achievements that we have had here at the Vienna Economic Forum. And also, after that, there is a very important ceremony where we're presenting Mr. Dalgoglu with a Cooperation Partner of the Year award from the Vienna Economic Forum. From my own part, I would just like to say that I am honored to have been able to somehow moderate this day's events. There are many, many challenges, as we heard. The Russian war in Ukraine, cybersecurity, the problems with Euro-Atlantic economic systems, the tendency for larger states to exert hegemony against smaller states, rising nationalism, protectionism, energy issues, climate change, disinformation and misinformation. For us, looking at the Balkans, we always have many hotspots. And very clearly, the Black Sea currently is one of them because of the Russian war in Ukraine. But also Bosnia-Herzegovina, the problem with dysfunctionality in the governing system. And the situation between Serbia and Kosovo, which we heard so eloquently addressed by Prime Minister KURTI. A lot of positive developments, the European Union opening its talks, finally, with North Macedonia and with Albania, and declaring candidate status for Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, and finally, Bosnia-Herzegovina. So the future? I think the work of the Vienna Economic Forum and like-minded institutions to highlight regional cooperation and to look at regional cooperation as a way towards regional progress, first in the economy, as we always say, and then in the political sphere. Because when politics are stifled, then very often it's the businessmen, as many people here on this panel and other panels have said, it's business and commerce that can move us all forward. Our President, Peter UMUNDUM, mentioned resilience. Very important word, because for the leaderships and the people of Southeastern Europe, they have the resilience to resist the negative trends that are confronting them and I believe they have the experience to capitalize upon the positive opportunities with which they are confronted. Thank you very much. But please stay in place for the two events that I told you, the video and our award presentation.
Vienna Economic Forum was founded in 2004 with the aim to promote investment opportunities in the countries from the Adriatic to the Black Sea. This aim is a part of the vision to follow a strategy to contribute to push the economic cooperation between the countries on the beginning, between and then with countries of Vienna Economic Forum, and to form a region, a Vienna Economic Forum economic area.
Yeah, Excellencies, dear Madam Commissioner Gabriel, distinguished Prime Ministers, dear Madam Vice President of European Investment Bank, dear members of the Vienna Economic Forum, dear ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to this 17th Vienna Economic Forum here at the headquarters of Austrian Post in Vienna and online all over Europe. Thanks to all of you joining us. I'm very proud to host this Vienna Future Dialogue 2020, titled New Type of Mobility in a Digital World, Challenges and Opportunities for the Regional Economy.
Chosen to be part of the Vienna Economic Forum because we feel it's very important to support the political initiatives which are taken in the region.
I was never disappointed with this forum. Vienna Economic Forum.
Dear Ambassador KIRTCHEVA, dear participants, this year's forum is special. It is an honor and a pleasure to join you today, even if only virtually, for this Vienna Economic Forum.
It's always a pleasure to be at Vienna Economic Forum because Vienna Economic Forum is this unique place where we not only share common vision with our Western Balkan partners, but especially and particularly we are sharing common solutions.
Dear Prime Minister, dear participants, thank you very much for the opportunity to address the Vienna economic talks, and also the very high interest shown towards the Western Balkans.
His Excellencies, Commissioner, Prime Ministers, Ambassador KIRTCHEVA, and fellow business leaders, it's a pleasure on behalf of A1 Telekom Austria Group to welcome you either here physically in our headquarters in Vienna or to welcome you virtually on most likely our digital infrastructure, which has proven to be so important these days.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me cluster my statements maybe in three topics. First, our presence in the region. We started in the year 1997, Steiermärkische Sparkasse, together with Erste Group. We are serving in the region in the meantime over 2 million clients, with 6,000 employees.
Today we have already learned a lot about innovation and digitization in the region for the future. The current crisis has shown the vulnerability of our economy. But we have not to forget that these pandemic challenges are not the only problem that we have. We are also facing a global climate crisis at the moment.
Well, good morning from my side. Very happy to be with you and to send you greetings. I cannot speak about the Austrian industry as good as Mr. Knill could, but I can speak about banking in the region. As Raiffeisen Bank International, we went to Central and Eastern Europe 30 years ago, and we're now active, as you know, in 14 countries. The way we are connected here together with you, we want and we are connected with our customers throughout the region.
A great honor to be part of this forum and this very powerful discussion. From Canon's perspective, I would like to bring up two trends that you probably have seen already for many years, but the crisis has accelerated tremendously.
We are all faced with a challenge, and how we will respond to it. It is the difference of how our countries and region will go forward in the future.
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to take part at Vienna Economic Forum session.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to receive this year's Partner of the Year award of the Vienna Economic Forum, and I'm sincerely grateful for this recognition. I have always valued the objectives of the forum to promote regional economic cooperation, and it is a special privilege to participate in the discussions organized by this highly regarded platform for exchange of innovative and inspiring ideas. Thank you, Vienna Economic Forum, for inspiring us, for supporting us, and for helping us to realize these great ideas.
We know that our neighbors and partners in the Western Balkans and Ukraine face similar challenges, and we believe there is value in working together on this important uniting issue. We are proud to have launched an initiative for gold regions in transition in the Western Balkans and Ukraine last year, together with other international partners. The initiative supports gold regions by sharing knowledge, organizing local workshops, providing technical and financial assistance, and also through the Gold Regions Learning Academy. Dear friends, I very much believe that this Vienna Economic Forum is an excellent platform to exchange and learn from each other.
Vienna Economic Forum has a special place in my heart, as it always looks beyond the horizon of contemporary political noise.
Dear members, friends, and regular participants of the Vienna Economic Forum, energy is a priority sector for the government of the Republic of Kosovo because it remains a key pillar of our economy and it directly impacts the livelihoods of our citizens.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a pleasure for me to talk to you today at the Vienna Economic Forum.
Dear Dr. KIRTCHEVA, dear Elena, dear Dr. UMUNDUM, I would like to thank you for the kind invitation to participate in the Vienna Economic Talks Istanbul Meeting 2022. Dear President Daroglu, dear Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be able to contribute to this important discussion on behalf of the European Investment Bank, the Bank of the European Union.
Mr. Ministers, dear diplomatic representatives of the member countries, and all the representatives of the companies, the WEF members. So I would like to welcome you all on behalf of my organization, and thanks for joining us on today's meeting. This is our role to increase the bilateral relations, regional relations on a global scale, and in our opinion, WEF is doing a good job to develop these relations in the mentioned geography, the geography between Adriatic to the Black Sea.
Excellency Mrs. İbrahimaj, Excellency Faruk Kaymakçı, dear Dr. Peter UMUNDUM, the President of WEF, dear Burak Dağlıoğlu, dear Ambassador Dr. KIRTCHEVA, our Secretary General, distinguished participants, it's a great pleasure for me to address you at the first session of Vienna Economic Talks Istanbul meeting.
If we look at the region, and I believe it stands true for most of our countries who are also members of the Vienna Economic Forum, we've seen growth across the board. We've seen quite impressive numbers. And I believe that tells us that we have to do with quite some resilient economies.
Dear President and the President and Secretary General of the Vienna Economic Forum, President of Turkey Investment Office, dear representatives of Consulate in Istanbul, representatives of the business world in Istanbul, I would like to greet all of you. You will see here among the participants many Turkish companies investing in different countries, and I think this is really helping in terms of employment, in terms of keeping the brains in their own countries, but also in terms of development.
And I do believe that Europe needs Turkey, Turkey needs also Europe, but the world needs countries who have importance in the region and who use this importance for peace and not for war.
Tell us more about what you do here with that foundation, both in Turkey and abroad.
The whole region is growing. We're talking about regional cooperation now in this session. I think that that the business on both sides could be the best ambassadors who could give the answer to the politicians.
Vienna Economic Talks Istanbul Meeting 2022. The economy is a driving force in difficult and uncertain times. Well, is that now or is that forever? Because I think we've always had difficult and uncertain times. But that is why we have organizations like the Vienna Economic Forum, which fosters, of course, as you all know, regional economic cooperation. And we've been doing that since 2004 for the past 18 years. Gathering entrepreneurs not only from Austria, the major Austrian companies and enterprises, but people from all over the region. Prime ministers serve on the committees to give the forum advice. Ambassadors from all of the constituent states of the Vienna Economic Forum also are on committees to give advice. We promote investment opportunities. We promote research projects. We promote platforms for discussion, as we had today. And I say to myself, this is not a bridge. This is a center. This is a power center. This is a global power center. And for that reason, I think it is necessary for others to find ways to build bridges to you.